start in 10 minutes.
I've crossed deserts for miles, swam water for time, searching places to find a piece of something to call mine. A piece of something to
Dear guests, the programme of Tallinn Digital Summit is about to start. Please find your seats. We will begin in 5 minutes. Dear guests, the programme of Tallinn Digital Summit will start now. Please be seated. Thank you.
everyone. Welcome to the innovation stage. For the next 40 minutes, we'll talk about how to move AI from strategy to production and how to make sure great ideas don't die as pilots. Please welcome our speakers. The CEO of MindTitan, Christian Jansen, Chief Architect at Norte, Preet Livak, and the co-founder of Darkstar, Kaspar Gehring. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Let's start big picture. All of you have seen AI projects that start with a lot of ambition and then quietly disappear. Why do so many AI projects still fail to reach production, Christian?
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of reasons. Sometimes indeed they are technical, but I would say that's rarely the case. Mostly I think it's just organization and mindset issues, in a sense that when people finally understand, okay, this could work, but we would have to change the processes. We will also have to make changes to upstream and downstream, in a sense that, from somewhere data comes, and, we have to talk with them as well, so that they will change their developments as well. And also the downstream, so the AI system will actually produce some outputs that somebody has to use, and then you have to sync with them. So all of this is very complicated, and if you do not have the full buy-in of the management, then you can't get these things done, and that's why you need to involve them as often as possible.
Preet, what can you add?
First, I want to start that I really like it, this being the Estonian approach, getting straight to the point and getting deep into the topic. I think that there's a lack of perseverance in so many projects, AI or otherwise nowadays, because leaders are very much into new shiny things that are promised somewhere from somebody. So AI promises new shiny things really fast, and it can usually deliver the 80% really fast as well. But you need at least the kind of latter 10% to make it sustainable, to make it long-lasting. And this is what takes perseverance. It takes commitment to the strategy, and oftentimes this is missing, either due to changes in kind of political leadership, or some new shiny thing coming up and kind of grabbing all the attention, or just because that it takes a lot of struggle and effort to go that last 20%. But without that, these projects just, they cannot succeed. They're kind of meant to fail.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to agree on the point of perseverance and kind of commitment. And if you're talking about the kind of business sector as such, then it is pretty clear like who are the winners and kind of successful businesses. Those are the companies who can instill the sense of ownership. And as Preet mentioned, it doesn't only apply to kind of AI projects, but pretty much any other project. If you don't have this sense of ownership, somebody kind of committing to this goal for kind of long time, then there is low likelihood of success, right? And it's probably a little bit trickier in the public sector to kind of instill this sense of ownership, right? There are some incentives and methods, but yeah, I would say that ownership is key here.
Right. Christian, you told me one big problem is that AI is often built as a standalone project, not as part of an organization-wide transformation. What's the consequence of that, and how do you fix it?
One big consequence is the fact that if you do them project-based, one thing is the issue that if there is the leadership isn't involved, then it just might die and just become a project, a pilot, and that's it. But another thing is that a lot of the AI approaches that you're going to use for one project could actually be used in many projects inside the organization, and you could actually reuse a lot of them. And this actually makes it much more efficient. For example, in one company, The process from the business side, it was 3 separate processes, but from an AI implementation perspective, it was actually one project. And you can take these sort of efficiencies if you think things through, and this is the case in many organizations, that's one of the consequences. And how to avoid this is that obviously you have to think strategically. So you should come up with an AI strategy, build that up, but that should also be very practical and short, because if you're gonna generate some 100+ page document, nobody's gonna read that. So you have to keep things short and doable, and have both a short-term and a long-term vision.
Preet, you've worked on digital government systems for years. Why is that even a separate category? So what are the fundamental differences compared to building enterprise software for large corporates, for example?
I think there's no difference in the end, and that gap is definitely closing as we see governments adopting more and more modern approaches, modern technologies. The theme has been that governments are sometimes slower to adopt new technologies, and that's not necessarily a wrong thing. It's a tactic for risk aversion, and it makes sense. You shouldn't be on the most the newest versions of everything and utilizing every new technology that comes out there. But just to add on your point, I think we need to get rid of the project mindset altogether. We shouldn't be talking at all about projects. And that doesn't apply only for AI utilization or AI projects, but also how we talk about services, government services. These should be products in so many different layers. And once we have that kind of product mentality and mindset, then it means these products have owners, they have purpose, goal, what they aim to achieve, and we can start managing them in that way. And AI can be seen just as a tool to do something for that product. But yeah, until we use AI adoption as project, let's bring in AI into this mix, then it's gonna be tough to sustain it in a long period of time.
That's a great point. Kaspar, coming from Wise and now Darkstar, you know what it takes to bring models into production at scale. What's the biggest difference from your point of view between scaling AI in the private sector versus the public one?
It's a good question. I would say this is mostly like organizational differences as well. I'm not sure if like what Preet mentioned, that it's kind of the tactical decisions such that the government decides to do something slower. I think it's the inherent difference in the organizational structure where kind of, well, yes, there are some governmental units and organizations who are more agile and trying to kind of replicate some of the kind of startup mentality. Like, let me bring another example from the military domain right now in Ukraine. For an example, a lot of the kind of brigades and battalions are operating as startups, and this brings them, they have their own recruitment, their own kind of branding, their kind of KPIs, kind of the startup mentality, because the soldiers there right now are ex-entrepreneurs, ex-engineers, etc. So we see this kind of replicating this startup mentality or agility, etc., in kind of more military or governmental structures also brings about those kind of benefits to the kind of organizational structure, which kind of then allows to move faster as well and kind of increases this organizational velocity. So I think, yeah, did this answer the question?
Yeah. You mentioned military now, and just for those who don't know Darkstar, maybe you can tell us in a nutshell what it is about.
We have a simple mission to help Ukraine win and to help rearm Europe, and we are helping that through basically linking different companies, different militaries together. We are kind of bringing military tech to Estonia, etc. So we're working with governmental institutions, with military institutions, with companies, etc. And yeah, we have this investment fund as well. So yeah, we have one clear mission, one goal. Defend Europe, essentially.
So one part of it is a venture fund, the classical one.
Yeah, the venture fund is something that kind of powers all of our activities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Keeps us alive.
Great. Christian, I think almost everyone here has seen this in their own country. After the launch of ChatGPT, many companies quickly caught the wave of excitement about AI. But in most government agencies, the first reaction was a ban. Not without reason, of course. Still, it looks like many missed the momentum. Are governments playing it too safe sometimes? What do you think?
Yes, is the short answer. But it's not only about ChatGPT, but in general, because if you wish to use AI, not only ChatGPT, but digital transformation actually as well. If you want to actually use AI, then you have to accept the fact that, okay, it's a continuous process. I'm going to have to change how people work. What's the mindset? I'm going to have to get rid of quite a lot of people as well, because they're just not going to be compatible in this system. And it's a continuous improvement of seeing, okay, this works, this doesn't. Let's make changes. Let's make adjustments to the process. It's going to be hard, but it's doable. I mean, I have seen cases where, if there is a will, they can even make, legislative changes in a couple of months. But if there is not, then, nothing might happen. It's very easy to say, no, let's not do it. So yeah, I think a lot of them are playing it too safe and, under-investing and, not pushing basically for the change because, it's a bit nicer not to do things, but it's gonna be hard, but necessary to innovate.
And do you have any suggestion how to catch such a momentum?
I think on some level you just have to make some personal changes. I don't think there's any way around that part as well. I'm sorry for those who do not wish to make that change. But also just the, we have seen, for example, AI work groups be very effective. So in the organization, you have a AI work group which basically continuously, at least on a monthly basis, monitors how the AI initiatives are moving forward and what kind of support do they need. Because they do need support. They need technical support. They need top management decisions. Okay, yes, we are supporting this decision. Go ahead with this. If somebody bothers you, then tell them that this has the management buy-in, and then things do happen.
Do you want to add something?
I have some thoughts here as well. I think ChatGPT didn't get banned in Italy for nothing. It was this major privacy breach like some years ago, and it was kind of temporary as well. But that also kind of like destroyed quite a bit of trust. But there are some other examples as well. Just recently, Deloitte had to refund, I don't remember which government it was that it was consulting, because there were literal factual errors in that kind of AI-generated report that Deloitte kind of generated. So I would say, like, and I'm also actually happen to be director of engineering at WISE. I've been implementing machine learning and LLMs, etc. And like we also, how we think about governance, we are also working really closely with legal compliance and privacy, and all those are serious issues, right? So if we, I don't know, deny a service for 50,000 customers because, I don't know, there's some small little bug in some AI system somewhere, then we're like, we need to have some kind of guardrails and kind of compliance there, but also it's a very thin line of balance, like what is kind of like, what's too much compliance and where we're going a bit kind of like overkill with something and misinterpreting some things that aren't really there and kind of like building too much of this red tape. So keeping this balance is really, really tough. And we will see more incidents, governments making mistakes, businesses making mistakes, etc. And it just comes with it. We need to kind of accept and be more kind of, accepting and tolerant to kind of risk.
Yeah, thank you for adding that perspective. Preet, how do you balance speed and safety when building for government, where, one single failure can make everyone risk-averse for years?
So there's a couple of really simple and basic tactics. So first, at this time, it's not possible to take human out of the loop. So every meaningful, significant decision has to be backed by a human decision. You can have AI doing the decision aid on top of that, providing additional context information, but but the final decision has to come from the human, regardless if that human is the user itself or some government official. Another kind of crucial aspect is that it is very difficult to do what AI projects in kind of waterfall style, in an old school style, where you plan out everything beforehand and then start doing it. Even if you have if you set a business goal that you want the AI project to achieve and then start going, you will most probably discover something new on the way. You will discover that either there are 3 other problems that this solution can solve much better, or the original problem isn't the most important problem at all to solve. So the process needs to be adaptable. You need to change, you be able to change along the way. And oftentimes, government procurements don't permit such adaptability. So they procure a very specific solution. You are required to deploy that solution, be it the correct one or not. And that's kind of a challenge on both sides, on enterprise as well as on public sector side, how to design procurements in a way that this sort of adaptability is permitted within the process.
Yeah, I will just add that I've seen some very bad examples where, for example, you build an AI system and everybody knows that solving something in a way that was in the initial documents doesn't make any sense, but they still do it. Because otherwise, some EU auditor is going to come and ask for their money back, at least potentially. And people are afraid of this, and this really messes things up. And there needs to be some flexibility in this process, and it's also good if you leave this flexibility in from the start.
Very strongly agree, and it doesn't apply to just AI procurement, but every procurement, including military. And this is not a problem only in kind of EU. Let me bring like a really interesting example where this also means life and death, and might happen soon here as well. But in Ukraine, for example, there was a procurement for like before the incursion in Kursk, jammers producers was also given this really specific requirements and parameters what the jammers need to kind of what frequency ranges, etc. they need to cover. The producers already knew that in 6 months' time it would be irrelevant, but they needed to produce and kind of comply with the spec anyway to get the money. So faulty jammers were sent to Kursk. Some people died within 24 hours, retrofitted because they had kind of already prepared like how to retrofit this. But this is something that will also start to kind of like when those procurement kind of inflexibility and kind of this inambiguity can also result in kind of life and death. In these situations, maybe not, and maybe it's kind of more friction, kind of waste and kind of cost and et cetera, that it causes. But in some situations, it can also result in life and death.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. AI models evolve fast, defense and public services move slow. So do governments, especially in defense, need to completely rethink their procurement processes?
Not completely rethink, but definitely kind of think how to make them a lot shorter, a lot more kind of frequent, and etc. And maybe, I know there are a couple of working groups working on this as well, and it's a pretty tough problem, and it's not for one person or one kind of interest group to solve, but this is one of the biggest problems right now, also in defense and, well, in AI as well.
How do you see it, Christian?
Things have gotten a lot better. We have seen, this waterfall method becoming, not forgotten about, but used less often, and more flexibility and agility is left in. But it's definitely still there, and I think a lot of the times people who would like to make this change, they do not have the power to make the change because this is coming from somewhere higher. And they do not know how to influence those decisions, basically.
Kaspar, I used to cover the defense sector in Germany as a reporter, where failure isn't an option, it's almost a cultural rule. But in countries actually under attack, it's different. Roy Rechnik, a former cyber soldier in Israel and co-founder of the cybersecurity company Wiz, recently told me in an interview something like, sometimes done is better than perfect, and that you just have to accomplish the mission. So what doctrine should governments follow when it comes to tech and software for defense in times of war and geopolitical crisis?
It's Sorry, could you repeat the last bit of the question?
So what doctrine should governments follow when it comes to tech and software for defense?
There are some really interesting developments going on in kind of doctrinal innovation here in Estonia as well, and in general as well, led by Tartu University and Dr. Mart Noorma and my colleague from Darkstar as well, and some ex-colonels and other people. They actually covered this like a little bit yesterday. There was like another conference in the Riigikogu, well, the change doesn't only come from technology, but also from kind of the changes in kind of the or new applications of concept of operations, and kind of if you translate this into a business context, then it's basically we need to change or rethink the processes, right? So I cannot tell because I don't know what are the exact doctrinal changes that we need, but essentially if we were kind of in the past used to think of kind of like daytime convoys and kind of large scale kind of groups and kind of infantry attacks and kind of other types of tanks and etc., then this has kind of long changed, and this is kind of like an indication of a doctrinal change as well. And we are seeing examples of that, by having kind of included Ukrainian soldiers in military exercises. Just 20 soldiers can basically demonstrate how we can obliterate complete battalions.
So does one of you know? So what kind of doctrine should government have for this kind of procurement?
Well, the sure thing is that a lot needs to change.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to, if we talk about AI adoption and kind of the utilization of to get the best possible value out of AI, you need to change the underlying structures, not including the processes, but also potentially organizational structures. And we are seeing that very much in the software engineering industry, where teams are talking about changing the software architecture to accommodate the new workflows of that AI enables. So to get the acceleration from AI, they're changing the underlying foundational structures of the software itself to get the best possible benefit. And I think this will eventually kind of get into other domains as well, to get the biggest possible benefit from this new technology. The underlying structures are going to change or need to change. So kind of the change or the shift needs to be on the very foundational level. We need to essentially forget everything we've used to so far, and then start reimagining what sort of processes and principles to follow.
Mm-hmm. Christian, especially since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, the problem hasn't been good intentions. It's implementation. So how do you make sure a strategy for the AI era doesn't just stay on paper?
Could you maybe...
Yeah, I mean, there are good intentions to speed things up with procurement, with integration of AI tools to be more sovereign and so far, but yeah, often this is the strategy and then nothing follows.
Okay, in that, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of nice words that yes, let's become AI driven and let's do AI, but you know, I've seen many times where in the same organizations actually nothing gets done, which is sad. So, you know, I think there also needs to be a push from everyone so that they will actually act on this, because, you know, that's always the way to go. But I think they also have to be given some tools to actually enable this, in a sense that, you know, you have to help them with some sort of a framework. For example, if the public sector says like, hey, if somebody wishes to actually become AI-driven, this is how you do it. These are the logical steps. For example, there needs to be money and budget to run very easy tests, then from testing to go to pilots, and then from pilots to actually fully productized AI-powered services. If this sort of a logic doesn't exist from the public sector side, then at some point the organizations are also like tied. They can't really do things, although they might have good intentions. Yes, there are some good organizations who find the methods and budgets anyways, but for many others, you have to create this framework and funding logic so that they will actually execute. And it is coming there, I think, in many places, but definitely not anywhere. And I think people are also just scared because of these AI acts and these kind of things, because maybe in practice, if you think things through, these kind of AI acts and things, they are not that hard, but people are just scared of them, and this takes down the speed of things actually happening, and while the benefits are a bit questionable of it. So you have to make at some point the selection between the speed versus bureaucracy.
You wanted to add something, Kaspar?
I wanted to add that change will always be slow unless it's some crisis or a shock. For an example, COVID forced like really fast change, right? And for a kind of like serious changes, fundamental changes to happen, likely it will be some shocks or some crisis that will kind of trigger this. Like, I don't know, for an example, we losing en masse some competitiveness, for an example. We're simply unable to compete, or like, I don't know, tens of thousands of people suddenly like losing a job, like some shocks happening somewhere, or simply put war as well, right? It's just another type of shock.
Yeah, I mean, I think one shock is just demographics, because I know many organizations who are like, okay, now we finally have to use AI because I have nobody to employ, or at least not the amount of people I would need. This is like a very slow shock, but it's definitely also a shock. So I do agree, because sometimes that's what works.
Priit, Estonia is famous for its digital architecture, and you're known as one of the masterminds behind it. What's the secret? Technology, leadership, or mindset, and what can others learn from it?
One of the strengths for sure in Estonia has been to start with the value in mind. So not building something for the purpose of just building it, but to identify what's the value for end users. And many of the innovations that you learn from digital government in Estonia have started from the value. So once you display or present value to end users, they will start adopting it more and more. And the adoption cannot come from the fact that just government wants to do something. We're seeing that globally as well. Like if we take the digital identity scheme in UK, for example, it feels very much forced, and there's strong opposition against that. And Estonia, it started differently. It was just, there's something out there that creates value for you, and if you want, you can use it. This is why people are using social media so much, because it provides them this emotional value at certain points in time. This is why they do it. Although we all know what sort of trickery social media platforms are doing with our data, but we still consent for them to process that data. And I think another aspect that I want to bring out is the ambition for innovation. So although Estonia is very much known for their digital government, it doesn't stop there. We are already thinking about what the next generation government services looks like, how the AI kind of changes everything in this concept. Because AI is anyway going to be used in the world around us. Now the question is, do the government services remain the same? Do they remain intact, or they adapt to the situation and become more usable by the AI agents around us? So do they do they fit into the future? I think that's the question. And then what Estonia is doing is always thinking about what the future is going to look like and trying to fit to that future.
Yeah, thank you. I'd love to involve the audience here. Is there someone who has a question? Is to be asked. Here's a question in the second row. We make sure that you get a microphone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Kaspar Gering from Darkstar. You mentioned there's only a thin line between too much compliance and too little. And then you described how it can be a matter of life and death. Now, I assume that on the battlefield you have a larger risk appetite than in civilian life that most governments are looking at. Are governments already sufficiently equipped to do just the right amount of compliance? Do those technical tools and protocols and instruments already exist? Thank you.
Thank you. Do you mean in war context?
Now, outside war context, I understand that in a war context you can't wait for full compliance. But most life outside of Ukraine, unfortunately, is not on the battlefield. And do we have the tools to do just enough compliance already? Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is primarily an engineering question. Engineer and like collaboration between engineering and privacy and legal and compliance. And I think we do have enough tools, but I think we are also still learning kind of what do effective controls mean. Because the pace and the speed at which kind of the risks and security risks and privacy risks are also evolving, new types of vulnerabilities and new, like now there's like a model control protocols and new means of exchanging information and new vulnerabilities there, etc. Like the scope and the kind of breadth of kind of those security and kind of privacy risk is also kind of ever expanding, right? We have the tools, but they're kind of evolving, and I think they might be evolving a little bit slower than the risks themselves. But I would like to return to the, into the war context. I think this is super important there as well, because the ethical kind of guardrails and kind of frameworks apply there as well, right? So you still need some compliance kind of guardrails to, you still need human in the loop to make this final decision, right? So maybe not in Russia because they're a terrorist state and they don't care, they don't have ethics. But in the rest of the kind of civil world, we do need those kind of frameworks and ethical frameworks, etc. And we have already kind of, those frameworks exist by UN and other kind of bodies who kind of produce standards, etc. So yeah, did I answer your question, or it was a little bit vague?
I want to pitch in to that, maybe more on a civil side, not from the war front. I think the answer is no, and that's because yes, I agree that tooling is there, but the processes and the attention to underlying data is often not there, and this is very much lacking. So you can't do proper compliance, you can't do proper AI projects on top of incorrect or partial data, and you cannot do compliance on top of that either. If the data streams are not proper and the data is not cared for the same way as we do care for kind of products in our ecosystem, then it doesn't matter how much you try to do compliance. You never be on par. And there's so many aspects, not only talking about data quality, but metadata around data, the taxonomies on top of that, talking about bias analysis and understanding what's there. Utilizing AI on top of your existing data requires all different types of requirements, puts a different level of requirement on that data. And that's where the gap is oftentimes.
I would like to add here, I agree completely with this as well. And now we will likely see kind of those types of roles emerging, which are kind of bridging more of kind of those technical aspects, but also more of kind of the legal and kind of the compliance aspects, right? So, because we cannot rely, like an organization cannot rely on a non-technical person dictating like how things can be, and vice versa. This technical person needs to also go the extra mile to try and understand, what is the aim of this, I don't know, this particular paragraph in this regulation, right? So there needs to be some bridging, so both need to kind of meet somewhere.
Yeah, thank you for your joint efforts to answer that question. We have time for one additional question from the audience. Perfect.
Thank you. For Caspar also, small countries and their military forces, normally they have few resources and small resources for defense, and technology costs a lot. Then sometimes it's really hard to enter in some kind of technology. But also, one of the aspects that make it harder is the fears, the unknowledge, the misunderstanding of how it works, especially now the artificial intelligence. What can you say that could be these guidelines to break this misunderstanding, these fears to enter in these kind of technologies?
If I understood the question correct, well, let me try to answer and let's see if I understood the question correct. So, as a small country, definitely we need to leverage each human's potential to the max. So, in every sector, and a prime example from the military sector, every soldier needs to be able to control hundreds of unmanned assets, UAVs, UGVs, like you name it, right? So, and we need to have a kind of multi-layered kind of robotic defense lines so that the enemy wouldn't even, have contact with humans at all. And humans would be somewhere remotely operating somewhere, right? But we need to also leverage all of those human potential in every other sector as well, in the public sector and kind of the businesses as well. And this is how we can kind of compete with larger powers in that sense. And I think the benefits of a small country is kind of if you make a parallel between like a cruise ship and a speedboat. So Estonia or other small countries, or predominantly Estonia, is like a speedboat who can navigate and kind of move pretty fast in kind of implementing new stuff. In Estonia, we have now a new kind of innovation command in the military, force transformation command, whose job is exactly to kind of bring this new technologies, knowledge, kind of hiring the talent and etc. to kind of propagate these kind of new types of technologies and thinking into every military unit, right? And interestingly enough, there aren't many innovation commands in the world. Yes, there is in Japan, in UK, Switzerland has the Swiss Innovation Forces, which is actually kind of like a governmental and business body. But I think, that's the advantage of small countries, that they can move fast and kind of adapt, try, experiment, explore, see what works, what doesn't. But again, they need to accept some risk as well and be not afraid to fail while doing that. So that's why we also have already some exploratory budgets, etc. So, and we need to instill this mindset to kind of everybody that it's okay to fail. You won't get fired.
Thank you. So our time is almost up. I have one final question for all three of you. Please keep it short. If you had to give one piece of advice to any government trying to scale AI from strategy to production, what would it be?
That it needs to be an organization-wide transformation which doesn't only go for projects, but has a product mindset and organization-wide transformation mindset, and prepared for change, because there's always going to be some new things that come up, and you have to adapt, you have to collaborate, and you have to keep everyone involved, not only the project people, but people who are connected to the project otherwise as well, and definitely the management buy-in needs to be there.
So my recommendation is just stay on the train, because we're talking today about scaling AI, but AI will scale anyway. We just need to figure out how do we fit our services into this mix. So even today, ChatGPT can go and browse pages. Why not? Why it shouldn't be able to browse government portals, submit applications on my behalf? But are those government portals really up for the challenge at this time, or are they missing some crucial information for an agent to do that? So AI is going to scale anyway, but are we ready for it?
And from my side, just continue doing what you do, because I see some really positive transformations happening right now in the education and elsewhere as well, and what you guys are doing and etc. So, yeah.
Perfect. That's all the time we have. We will have lunch in a minute, and program at the innovation stage will start again at 2:15. So thank you, Christian, Preet, and Kaspar, and thanks to all of you for joining us.
Dear guests, the program of Tallinn Digital Summit is about to continue. Please find your seats. We will start again in 5 minutes. Dear guests, the program of Tallinn Digital Summit is about to continue. Please find your seats. We will start again in 5 minutes. Dear guests, the program of Tallinn Digital Summit will continue now. Please be seated. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the innovation stage of the Tallinn Digital Summit. My name is Florian Marcus. I'll be your host for the rest of today and also tomorrow, and I've got the great pleasure of leading you through a bunch of awesome keynote speeches and panel discussions, presentations and so on. So there may be presidents on other stages or not, and that's all very cool, but we also have some very interesting stuff going on right here. Before we go to the topics of today, a few reminders of housekeeping. If you don't have any internet connection right now, then odds are that you want to use the Wi-Fi called Digital Summit. It doesn't have a password, so you can just connect straight away. If you want to plug us on social media, there's always the hashtag TDS2025 to do that. And of course, I've seen many of you already on the Brella app, but for those of you that have not joined yet, you can create a profile and meet people, like-minded people, people who you might want to do business with, people you want to exchange thoughts with as well. So I really recommend going on the Brella app and making a profile there. Without any further ado, we have a really cool topic to get us started after the lunch break. It's about scaling trustworthy AI in government and GovStack's approach to AI-ready digital public infrastructure. We've got three excellent respected speakers to lead us through the whole session. We have Kristo Vahar, who is the former government CTO of Estonia and who is now the CTO at GovStack. Please welcome him to the stage. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. It's really nice to see you here. I don't know, have you heard about the thing called AI? Like, I haven't had any of these presentations I've seen here today that has not mentioned the thing called AI. It seems to be really everywhere. It's really nice to see. 5 years ago, I published a white paper about conversational digital government AI-driven services. And then I was like a lone voice in a very, usually sometimes empty room. But I'm really glad that we are actually heading there. Today's session is going to be rather brief, rather on point. We're going to be talking about how to do all this AI thing that you keep hearing about and how to actually implement this better in practice and what to do in the future so that you can be more ready for it. I'm representing GovStack today. GovStack is an international initiative that is focused on how you focused on specifications that can be implemented in various governments, various countries to kickstart their initiatives. But today, before we get to this, we start with a vision from Lucas, then we start with continue with implementation from Danilo, and then I will talk a little bit about preparedness, how to make sure that your systems are really ready for AI. But without further ado, I'll give the stage to Lucas.
Thank you. So I have the pleasure of both being former Estonian government CIO, and I've worked with Kristo in the Estonian government, but now working with the other coolest digital government in the world, Ukraine. So I'm a colleague now of Danilo. So think of me as a bridge between the two speakers. I want to talk to you very briefly, first of all, about something that we're going to be launching today at 4 p.m. on a different stage, which is a vision paper that we've put together with contributions from about 25 really leading thinkers in digital government across the world, trying to sort of think through if the capabilities that agentic AI are going to be bringing to the market in the next couple of years really start working, and they will, what's this going to mean for government? So the full presentation of the paper you'll have at 4. Today I'm going to think through a very specific element, which is what's that going to mean for DPI? What's that going to mean for government's role in orchestrating a broader societal ecosystem? To really quickly, however, summarize the paper, there we go. What we've tried to do in the paper is go from the sort of broad keyword of AI and agents in government to really break that down in a more systematic way. And to talk about the different functions that governments actually engage in, providing public services, all the back-end workflows, policy making, setting up systems of compliance, managing crises, procuring things, engaging in buying, and asking for each of those, how is agentic AI actually going to change the nature of those functions? So this isn't about tech, this is actually about the business transformation that comes from the technological change. And so the paper, which you should definitely go read, kind of thinks through what are those transformations going to look like, what's already happening in the private sector that sets a precedent, what do we have to do to navigate the opportunities but also the risks. And then, as a CIO or a CTO, what are the sort of enablement layers that you have to get right to make that possible? How do you deal with a very important question, which is governance of these agents, questions of accountability and redress, data, technology, security, finances, and of course, the cultural change. And by and large, though, we're real optimists. I mean, we think that in many ways, the capabilities that AI brings, that agents are going to bring, will allow governments to have a qualitative order of magnitude leap in their capabilities. And on the flip side, if they don't embrace this technology, we're going to see a continuation of this sort of slow decline in state capacity we've seen in many countries over the last couple of decades. But what to focus on for the next few minutes? All of this sort of adoption of AI and agents, both in government and society, also has some serious implications for how we think about digital public infrastructure. And I want to raise 3 considerations that we can then talk about. The first is government's role as a platform. Now, it's not just a question of can we build tech to ourselves provide public services, but government has a platform function in allowing technology operated by the private sector in the hands of individuals to work well with public services to enable private sector services. And so in addition to governments thinking themselves, how are we deploying AI, how are we deploying agents in our own tools and infrastructure, one of the major things government has to be ready for is a society where everyone else wants to come toward government with AI agents. You know, why should I be going to a website when I can have my agent go and interact with the service? And there's a happy path, which is the government is prepared for that, and they've got the interoperability, so maybe you've got the government MCP server and then my agent comes and talks to it. But there's also the unhappy path, which is government's undigitized, they've got the fax machine and the phone lines, and instead of people calling the phone lines and the fax machines, we're going to start having AI agents calling the phone lines and faxing the faxes on behalf of the people. But the problem is going to be that a call center that maybe got 1,000 calls before a day is suddenly going to have 100,000 agent calls. So it's going to bring government to its knees. And a similar sort of positive and negative scenario are easily envisionable when it comes to how enterprises, how companies interact with government, with compliance, with regulation. You know, we can imagine a positive scenario where government's ready for this and they actually enable compliance agents where companies basically run an agent on all of their data, their enterprise resource platforms that ask, is the company compliant with environmental rules? Have they followed the tax rules? And if the answer is yes, it just turns out a green light. And all the regulator needs to know is this company's compliant, and they know it's a secure, audited piece of software that's done it. And if there's a yellow or a red light, they can act on that. Faster, more automatic reporting, but also more accurate reporting, and less data being leaked from enterprises to regulators. So wonderful happy path, but also again the unhappy path, which is, we can imagine companies with lots of AI capabilities basically running circles around regulators, finding ways to engage in regulatory arbitrage and undermining the whole purposes for which we have things like environmental or financial or security regulations. So this is one thing government's going to have to figure out. As a platform, how does it interact with everyone else using agents? The other related question is, how is government with its digital infrastructure is going to be an enabler to society using agents in B2B and B2C use cases? And again, this is something where if we look at the existing world of DPI, we have the positive example in the world of identity. The digital identity, every country in the world that has a functioning national digital identity scheme, yes, the government has played a really important role in setting that up. And in some way, it's the regulator, the organizer, perhaps the anchor customer. But ultimately, they built an infrastructure that's a public infrastructure that's used broadly in society. So, in Estonia, 20% of identity transactions are public sector, 80% are private sector. So identity is a very good example. In a world of agents running around and doing things, the existing identity infrastructure we have is super important. If you don't have digital identity figured out, you're in trouble. So all the countries that are starting to do it now, all I can say is keep at it. I hope that you guys get, first of all, your schemes in place and then widely adopted. But there's a whole new layer of complexity because it's no longer enough to know I'm interacting with Christo. If I'm interacting with Christo's agent, I want to know, well, what kind of authority has Christo delegated the agent? What kind of liability is Christo willing to accept if the agent makes a mistake? And it gets even more complicated when you're interacting with companies. So maybe government has a role there in providing the registration, the infrastructure to have that metadata to enable people to interact with agents and the agents to interact with each other in these new complex automated workflows. Similarly, we all know that data is really fuel for AI, both for training AI systems, but also for any kind of automation. We already know today that government plays a useful role as a data steward for society. Right? So again, in Estonia today, well-organized public-private combined data ecosystems allow things like energy markets and fairly efficient financial markets to work. The returns to having that figured out well are going to be 10 or 100-fold in the era of AI. And on the flip side, if you don't figure out data as a public infrastructure, you're going to fail at a societal level at a lot of your AI ambitions. And finally, and this is really the question I think for GovStack, what role or how are we going to manage these DPI in an international way? Which parts of these infrastructures are going to be purely national or purely commercial, or are going to be developed jointly in the way that X-Road is developed jointly by a number of countries, that you have a lot of international collaboration now in the EU's digital identity wallet? And I don't have an answer to offer here. I think this is a really important question. What I can say is that one of the sort of negative lessons from the last couple of decades of international cooperation in GovTech and digital government is that we've really, as governments, all kind of done things in our silos and gone and built it, and then afterwards gone and realized, oh, the others are doing it too, and maybe we can share some experience. And I think we have the opportunity to build together, to write specifications together, to procure together in a much more collaborative way, much earlier on in this process. And so one of the goals of this initiative that we've put out, and Danilo is one of the contributors, and Christo, while you're not mentioned as an author, I do want to say that a lot of the thinking really comes from the work that Christo and one of our co-authors, Ott, have done on Estonia's AI strategy in the last 5 or 6 years. One of the ideas of this paper is to start that discussion and that kind of soft harmonization amongst the countries leading in this early on, so that we can start building together and acting together. And finally, just a quick plug. We've got the launch today. There's also a workshop tomorrow, Friday, 10:30, 5th floor. So if you're not doing anything tomorrow, Friday, at 10:30, come to the workshop where we're going to talk precisely about the collaborative element. And if not, we want to talk to you, which is to say the governments, but also the companies, the thinkers present here today, about how we do this all better together. And now enough for theory, because you're going to hear from Danilo, who's going to tell you about what an agentic state actually looks like.
Yep. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Lucas, for sharing a really great vision of agentic state. And you are right. I will try to share our experience, actually, how to implement agentic approach. And actually, AI state, it's not only the future, it's something. And currently in Ukraine, we are building in Ukraine today. So. But just briefly about our ministry, so I represent the ministry, and we established our ministry in 2019. And from this time, we had a really great mission to create most convenient country for citizens and for businesses. And for this 6 years, we undergone actually transformations that other countries can do for even 20 years, but we launched a lot of revolutionary projects like, our Ukrainian super app, DIA, which cover more than 23 million citizens, and also it looks like a face of modern and digital state. Actually, it's also about our super app in the field of education, Maria, and 2,000 schools are covered by that. And I can't mention our military and defense project because it's about our security. The project like Brave Accelerator and Ibale. And yeah, there are a couple of other different projects that we realized for that time. But now we move ahead, and the digital state was our previous step, and now we and the agentic state is the next one. It means the new operation model by the government when we anticipate the citizen needs, when we deliver services proactively, and when we try to do it more convenient for our citizens. And our mission now, let's say, we since evolved our mission. So our mission is to rank among the top 3 countries worldwide in AI development and implementation in the public sector by the 2030. And it's, you know, it's not only about the ranking, it's about the state which is efficient, which is proactive, and which is serves citizens. So I think, that's why we established our AI Center of Excellence. It's the main body which is responsible for the AI implementation in government and in the public sector. We actually did it in February this year, and we have our 3 priorities. First of all, 3 main pillars. First of all, it's creating national AI strategy. Also, we have a product track, and also it's about AI sovereignty. So let's dive a bit deeper in each pillar. First of all, we now are creating AI strategy, which is our compass and actually also our vision how to achieve our goals and in the track of AI development. And in this point, I want to actually to thank ISDEV and Digital Nation for support. That's why it's important. And the next important pillar is connected with AI sovereignty. So we are purchasing the top tier hardware to establish AI factory in Ukraine. It means it's not only about efficiency, it's or our strategic choice. It's about our security and it's about our surveillance. So it's very important in our condition of war, geopolitical pressure, to understand that we can control our data, models, and infrastructure. And the next important pillar of sovereignty is creating national large language model. So we want to, we actually do this with private sector, with a huge telecom company in Ukraine, and it's a really great cooperation. So yeah, it worked. And there are a couple of challenges that we want to solve in that case. First of all, it's about also about our security, because we can launch this model in on-premise mode by using the infrastructure that was previously mentioned. And also it's about understanding that sensitive data don't leave the country in some specific domains, and actually large language model with combined with AI infrastructure. It's the answer for that, and also it's about the cost efficiency. So we hope to bring this model to our businesses, and we understand that it will be cheaper than analogical models that we have on the market. And also it a good point and foundation of development AI generally. But if we're talking about our product track, I want to say that our main application, DIA, now in progress of transformation to agent, to agent-based solution. So actually, months ago we launched publicly this solution, and we launched DIA AI. DIA AI is the first national AI assistant actually in the world based on agentic approach. So what you can do by using the DIA AI, well, first of all, you can get some consultation in dialogue mode, how to interact with different services. But the most important things is that you can execute the services. The DI delivers the services, and that's why it's agentic. It's a quick video and short demo how works DIA.
The world's first national AI assistant is here now in Ukraine. Skip the portal search, get it just one click. The AI analyzes your request and delivers a ready-to-use service or tells you exactly how to get it. 24/7 availability. Talks like a real person. Answers in seconds. One chat, 200+ services. It can help you start a business, get official documents, get married, renew your driver's license. All of this is in DIA. AI on the DIA portal. Just type, I need an income certificate, and it's sent straight to your email and personal account. DIA AI, always here for you.
So, actually how it looks like. And you know what is the most important question when do you want to launch some solution on the scale for 4+ million citizens? It's the number one question is security. So we have principle, we have one non-negotiable principle. It's that we never never send the personal data to generative model. So it's very important. So we engineered our 4 steps processes, which we provide to us possibility to do that. So personal data of user is not transferred to the cloud and remains protected within the DIA perimeter. It's very important in that case. And on the next slide, you can see the, just a scheme of agentic infrastructure. So what is important that our solution is based on Python backend with fast API, and also on LangGraph orchestrator, which analyzes which agent you need to use. And also we have an agentic layer which executes some actions, and what is important, we have guardrail in output and on input and output to prevent some unsafe content and malicious, for instance. And but DIA, it's not only one project that we want to show. Actually, we have a lot of examples of AI-based solution internally in our ministry. For an instance, we have AI in our support team, and 85% of requests are handled by AI. And we have AI in our legal stream. We created some legal report for 72 hours. Instead, it takes before few weeks. And also it's about AI in HR. We reduced 45% of time that we need from creating of CVs to closing some, to sending some offer to people that want, to persons that we want to hire. And also we will have AI in education in our Maria app. It's very important, and it wouldn't be possible without a policy ground. It means that now we have bottom-up approach, so we are moving towards the AI regulation, but we understand that we want to create some environment that is friendly and that is provide a lot of possibilities how for businesses to experiment AI, to provide a lot of POCs, and also it's about using a responsible AI, and we have a list of key policy initiatives. We have our white paper. It's a policy actually document presenting Ukraine approach to AI regulation. Also, we have guidelines for responsible AI in the different fields like education, legal, IP rights, etc. So, in conclusion, I want to say that first of all, it's just a beginning. I also want to say that Ukraine are not catching up technologies, we are defining them. And this year shows that Ukraine can be, and Ukraine, first of all, Ukraine proof and can be among the top leaders in the world in AI field and innovation. Thank you. And I push the mic to the Krista.
No, it's okay. I need this. Thank you. This is really fascinating. I love seeing the AI thing put into actual practice. I'm a very practical person, and this is actually why I wanted to have this talk, because like inspiring talks about, AI can do all sorts of magic, are really, really good. But what can you do in your organization, in your own government, and in your own country? And this is something that I want to tell you a little bit about, and what you can take with you and implement perhaps already next week and have your engineers start working on this. So this is just, me. I will skip this slide quickly. It just shows that I've done a lot of different things, and I'm very practical and hands-on. And I will have some examples in here, and I hope that nobody runs away from the audience too quickly. Take some of these things with you. But before I start, I will show you this. We are in an interesting era. Like decades ago, we were standardizing infrastructure of the internet. It was like tests, everybody was trying different things out. There were no conferences like this that they were discussing how to do the internet thing. There were coffee corners and engineers trying various things out and various side projects happening. But now internet is really everywhere. And internet has been standardized. It's common. Nobody's trying to really reinvent how the internet protocol and whatnot works. It's being expanded, it's being polished, but it's not actually being fundamentally changed. And one of the great examples of this is that there are still typos in the internet protocol today that are implemented in your home routers that you're using every day. It's because it's so stable, it has sort of become its own thing that everybody shares. We are not trying to do these things differently. We are right now in the sort of middle level. We are about to sort of standardize or sort of end up realizing what is this cloud, what are the cloud platforms, what is Kubernetes, what is Docker. We sort of have figured it out. A handful of years ago, there was a lot of reinvention of the wheel. Now it's a polishing phase. So very soon, this also becomes rather sort of polished. And then on top of those things, what do you build on top of internet? What do you build on top of your servers infrastructure? You build applications. And I think that applications are the standardization phase, which we are slowly entering now. And I think that governments and public administration is the first to sort of enter this era, because in public administration, most governments share, I would say, 90% of the technical stuff that they could reuse instead of rebuilding from the beginning. This is why I like the example of Ukraine, that they did not start to sort of reinvent ChatGPT. They actually trialed out how it works for them, implementing it on Gemini's support, and seeing what is the actual value of the AI, and then figuring out which are the differences. How do we want to differ from what Gemini offers? And of course, GDPR, privacy, and things like this are in the forefront of this. But they started from the right end. They took the big thing that already existed and then figured out the differences. I'm representing today GovStack. GovStack is an international sort of initiative involving international various experts, not just from Estonia, but from various other countries as well. And we are developing specifications and principles that we think governments should share. So if you are starting to do something new, let's say you want to do data exchange in your government, then picking something from GovStack portfolio is the first thing to consider. Not to reinvent, but take something that already has proven to work and then configure it to your liking. And one of the important things that we published this year is GovSpecs 2.0 strategy under the keyword that it's designed for AI, which means that if you start building your digital government services or transforming them this day and age, then you should already take into account various things that will be necessary to make those systems interoperable with AI. And in terms of the drivers for the specification, and I love how, this is the same clicker that I believe that Steve Jobs really praised, that it never fails. It is failing at the moment. Can I ask someone in the back? Oh, okay, got the new slide in here. So basically the context and drivers for the strategy. Where that, of course, we are in the AI phase. Of course, we are in the conversational digital services phase. The idea of filling web forms is becoming outdated. In my head, it was already outdated 5 years ago. But I'm glad that we are sort of picking up on it. We don't want to fill those forms, and AI should help us fill them for us. And this is a really key. The second thing is obviously various regulations, privacy, things in Europe such as IDAS and GDPR. We need to take these things into account to make sure that whatever we're building is still compliant, allowing us to build trustworthy and secure digital services. And last but not least is obviously the shift towards more open standards, more shared stuff, rather than reinventing, which is what I mentioned in one of my earlier slides, that we are entering this sort of stabilization or starting the stabilization and standardization of digital government specifications themselves. Why? Because if we all build various similar services, population registries, digital identities, then it will be so much better if we have to do, like, let's say, cross-border collaboration, and those systems sort of look already very similar. Not look in visuals, because we all want to look visually very different, but in terms of their technology, in terms of their technical capabilities. Because if I then can trust another systems, their technical sort of, let's say, digital identity, then I can actually trust them in my own systems as well. Europe is struggling in this day and age. Europe is doing the Single Digital Gateway project, and it's very, very difficult to suddenly start to standardize and make all the member states very similar in areas that are very common, such as sharing diplomas, sharing identities, and so on and so forth. So we should really try to avoid these issues from happening, and there are some things that we can do, and AI gives us an opportunity to do this, to take these things into account. So as a result, we are entering into this AI-ready ecosystem, really. It's like we have an opportunity now, and your engineers will really like it, because they now have an excuse to tell you why we should do our old systems better, why we should migrate over, why we should refactor our older systems, because of AI gives them an actual excuse. What are the #1 things that engineers tend to talk about in coffee corners? They say that, you know, the code is confusing, I don't understand this. Documentation is missing. All those things, and at the manager level, it's like you realize that, okay, somebody didn't do their work, let's say, 5 to 10 years ago, but they're not there anymore either. So the only option is to start over again. But in this day and age, we do not just need to take into account that we will have new engineers coming in, but we also need to make these systems understood by AI. And that's like a potentially exponential value that we need to take into account. So if we made those mistakes in the past of not investing enough into quality of our documentation, then now we do not have any room to make this mistake again, because otherwise our systems will not be really ready and usable by AI. To give you some examples, and this is a homegrown example, hopefully it works, good. This is actually a documentation from Estonia's X-Road. Estonia is known to be very, very front runner in terms of data exchange and data quality and API specifications. We are highly ranked in the world in terms of our interoperability. And this is great. So this is a good example. But actually for AI, this is a horrible example. To try to figure out what this documentation is about, this is an X-Road sort of documentation for disabilities for parking. So if you sort of know what it is about, then you can sort of see some of those criteria. And I know the font is small, just making a point here. Is that you can sort of figure it out, but it's not clear enough. It doesn't carry documentation, which means that if you actually give this to AI, then AI will likely misunderstand what the intent is. And as we all know, AI tries to please us always. So it will not tell you that, hey, I'm sorry, I cannot figure it out. It will tell you, yes, okay, I did it. And then you have no idea what the consequences are. So this causes various issues for AI systems. But when it comes to agentic state, then this is the one that the agentic state is going to communicate with. Systems like this that are described like this. In some cases, a lot of governments don't even have an open sort of API or open documentation for the AI to actually look at and understand. They maybe only can see what the API endpoints are. So this is a good example, and I would say it's not actually good enough of an example. So it causes like various issues to be pointed out in here. For one, it has multiple unrelated domains, the example that I showed before, mixed into one. This confuses AI. Having one single API that technically does multiple different things from different domains is going to be confusing for AI. Secondly, inputs are vague. There are no clear patterns and constraints, which means that AI needs to figure it out itself. It's not led by an example. Then responses mix success data and error fields. Again, how would AI know actually that something is wrong in the process that it did? How would it avoid a situation where it does something for the citizen and then ends up in a situation where actually in the back end nothing worked as intended, but AI thinks it did? Then of course everything being almost optional. This is a classic engineering mistake. Engineers do API endpoints, but they essentially leave everything open-ended. AI is very good at open-ended because AI is very good at language, but it will make mistakes if you give too loose options for AI to handle. The worst thing you can do is if one AI starts communicating loosely with another AI and then hope that they will be interoperable and are able to communicate with each other well. That's just not true. And of course, there are other things here as well, but the last point is very important, that in the specification there are no descriptions. Estonia commonly also publishes separate documentation for the APIs that we have as a separate document entirely. That sometimes helps. It means that, of course, for AI, you need to feed in 2 separate documents. It's more complicated to do. Ideally, you would want this documentation to actually be inside a specification that teaches it and explains how this endpoint works. Otherwise, again, agentic things are not going to happen. Here is an example of documentation that is on the way there. It includes descriptions. It is more easily understood by a human who is looking at this. And it has clear sort of variables and limits and constraints and patterns for AI to follow. Because AI can really do 2 things well. Based on your experience, I'm sure that about 30–40% of you have already realized this. One thing is that it does language very well, and the other one is that it really does very well if you show it examples. It's the best that if you show it examples, it's going to be really, really good. And again, with your documentation, you need to make sure that your documentation is so clearly understood that this agentic system is able to understand how does this API endpoint actually work. The funny part is that AI readiness was already possible yesterday had we paid enough attention. Engineers have been focused on making sure that documentation is high level and APIs are written well and very clear and understood for years. For over 20 years I've been writing codes. I remember when I was a junior engineer and they were already then talking about the documentation being a problem, the specifications being a problem. So what stopped us back then from actually making it happen? Not really sure, but what will definitely stop us going forward is that we can start using AI to validate the specification quality or API endpoint quality automatically without waiting for someone to do code review. Maybe they are already overworked. So we would use AI to start doing these things, to validate. Do you understand the specification? Do you understand how to make those requests? Because governments really don't like making mistakes. This is like one of those things and one of the biggest threats of implementing AI systems in general. So in here are a few things to take you with you. These are the things you can do today. You might have 0 AI systems. If you start developing a new system today, follow these principles, and these will help you be more ready for this agentic state, even if you don't have the agentic AI systems in place yet. And of course, it consists of things such as you must have APIs. And someone asked me earlier in the conference is that, does Christo say some things today that he has said for years before? Yes, it's that one. You must have APIs. I said this 20 years ago. I will continue to saying this until we actually have this everywhere. Then you need to have one purpose per API. It makes it very clear. Domain-driven design helps here to make sure that you have very specific purpose APIs. Don't try to have one API for absolutely everything, because then APIs will have to be interpreted by AI and a lot of details get lost. Then you need to have explicit data models. You need to have clear errors with explanations. If a system says an error, then AI would need to understand what did they do wrong. It's not enough, it just says page not found. Because the problem isn't that they clicked on the wrong URL or tried to read the wrong URL. They might have done something wrong. They might have misinterpreted the URL wrong. So you have to be more clear in your error messages, in your interfaces. Then, of course, you need to have consistent documented naming happening in place, which means use similar terminology, use classifications. These are all very good things that if there is an analyst here that comes here and sees this list and doesn't know that we're talking about AI, they think that we're talking about documentation for IT systems. This is true. These are exactly the same things we need to focus on, because AI is going to do what a human is doing, and it's going to be limited by what a human is doing, except it's going to do it much, much faster. So when a human might make a mistake in 1 week's time, AI is going to make it immediately, and you need to really avoid this. And last but not least, examples built into the spec. I will tell you one more thing to answer in your head or pick with you when you go to work, is that do you understand your specifications? If an engineering team gives you their API or digital service APIs and you look at it without being an IT person, do you understand that specification? If not, you might have a problem. So this is what you have to really expect from your IT teams. We do not have the room or the luxury to have IT and IT-related documentation be so far apart from business people making the decisions, because AI is going to reflect on the same mistakes that we would were we suddenly responsible for those decisions and those systems. So in terms of GovStack, what we're doing is that we are having very specific targets for the agentic future as been represented here. We would be the first AI-ready digital government specification stack. We have a very clear goal to look at the GovStack specifications and the building block specifications that we have today and make sure that they do publish specifications, they do publish API endpoints that would be ready for this agentic state. So we are already working on this, and we will publish a framework for validating whether your systems are ready for this kind of agentic state in the future. And this is very, very important for us. So if you want to keep in touch with what we're doing, please do pay attention. Then we're also going to modernize the way we do our specifications, and we're going to do it in an object-oriented way. What this means is that we want GovStack specifications to be not just useful to you for thoughts or thinking or inspiration, but for you to actually implement in your government interoperability frameworks and your requirements documents directly. So this means that you can actually extend GovStack specifications in your own country. I did this collaboration with Estonia last year, but sadly we have shifts in management and shifts in CTO role. It hasn't happened yet, but one of my plans is to make sure that also GovStack specifications and their criteria for digital services would be implemented directly in a national interoperability framework. And of course, this is an opportunity to everybody here as well, because they have been developed unbiased as much as possible. Because we have international people that are actually contributing to the specification quality of GovStack and looking at exactly these things that we share, not which are not which keep us different. And last but not least, if you are responsible in a country for your country's digital stuff, then you can scan this QR code, answer a few questions, and it will actually suggest how GovStack today might already help you. And this is something that also actually runs on AI. So anyways, thank you. I'm out of time, and it was really glad to share these thoughts with you.
Thank you so much, Christo. Yeah, I think we can all agree that that was a very cool mixture of some theoretical approaches, some very practical learnings and lessons from specific countries as well. We are heading on to one of the globally most renowned speakers ever. They are really appreciated everywhere. They are known as the coffee break for the next half hour. So please enjoy your time. And after that, we are coming back for some cities as the next generation innovators. But yeah, see you in half an hour. Thank you.
Dear guests, the program of Tallinn Digital Summit is about to continue. Please find your seats. We will start again in 5 minutes. Dear guests, the program of Tallinn Digital Summit will continue now. Please be seated. Thank you. Dear guests, the program of Tallinn Digital Summit will continue now. Please be seated. Thank you.
Well, 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 look who's looking all coffeed up and ready to go after the coffee break. It's good to see you guys back. Just in time, sir. Thank you very much. Just in time. Perfect. Just in time for the next panel, we've got actually some insights from all around the world. We're talking about cities as next generation innovators. And we have 4 practitioners from the field, both from Europe and from Africa, here with us today. We've got Alderman Theresa Uys, who is the Mayoral Committee Member for Corporate Services of the City of Cape Town. We've got Martin Manil, who is the Chief Digital Officer of the City of Tallinn. Preet Kongo, CEO and founder of Net Group from the service provider side. And then Nirit Harel, who is the founder of Baij Innova and Coimbra Tech from Portugal. So please put your hands together and welcome them to the stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to have you here together on stage today. In general, we will have some presentations, videos. If you miss some of the stuff, we also have the recording on YouTube later, so you can rewatch all the good content that you see here today and tomorrow. So please no swear words. I mean, we're getting very excited about digital transformation, but let's keep it clean. I think we start with the city of Cape Town and a small presentation from Alderman Uys to tell us more about the developments that have been taking place over the last couple of years. Take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm just hoping I've pressed my clicker there. Well, thank you very much. It truly is a great honor to represent the city of Cape Town. We're at the bottom corner of Africa. And if there's any good example of a city leading innovation, I think it's Cape Town. Just as a background, South Africa has 9 provinces, and we're the only province led by a liberal opposition government. And so we have found it extremely necessary for the city to initiate our digital journey. Okay, I'm just trying to think next. Okay, so not many people are familiar with the challenges of Cape Town. We are known as a tourist destination with lots of accolades for scenic beauty. But we're faced with challenges of an extremely diverse community and have to cater to several diverse needs. And in this digital journey, I think the European presentations today focused on the technological crossroads that you are facing. Now in Cape Town, we're at the cusp of a major digital transformation. And we have to navigate this extremely carefully in order for nobody to be left behind. We have 3 official languages, and we have various levels of wealth and poverty. And this is what we need to cater for in our journey. So any innovation has to be people-focused. It can't be that technology is your only key driver. And while you engage on this journey, you have to ensure that you have the trust of the client you're serving. That means both the internal officials who work for the city. We have 33 staff members of the city of Cape Town, serving a community of 4.9 million population. So quite a large city. What we've done, we're in year 2 of this large journey. And although we are not as far progressed as Tallinn, we're learning a lot from Tallinn networking. We have found that we are able to safeguard our journey going forward by networking, attending summits like this, and being open to conversations and innovations. So in our financial year, one of the biggest budgets is for infrastructure development. I'm just trying to get my clicker to respond more. I shall proceed.
Can we manually click, please, from the production?
It's
Thank
fine.
you.
So we start, oh, there, I can see it's changed now, thank you. So what we did is that we started the journey in 2000, and then in 2015, Cape Town Runners integrated all the city administrative services into the one platform, ERP, and we were a world leader at that stage. What we found is that we have fallen slightly behind and that we have to upgrade our system. But what is unique, and I think this is what cities have to embrace, is that in your digital journey, you have to be extremely resilient. We have therefore formed a directorate, which is future planning and resilience. And resilience was the key driver when Cape Town faced a very unusual challenge. First, in fact, we were going to be the first major city that was going to reach day zero with water. And our water crisis forced us to use our data and our data strategy to guide us in preventing day zero. It was such a success that we were able to help many of the Mexican cities where they had the same challenges. And this data has also informed us that we have to increase our budget with regards to infrastructure planning, which will be 43 billion, and this will help us prevent that. Then we also faced what is known as load shedding. We have a national government with a very insecure power plan. So the City of Cape Town, using our data, we were able to guide the residents of Cape Town into load shedding, power sharing, and procuring power from private companies and private partners. And therefore, we are known to be one of the great successes in this journey. And that has been made enabled and made possible by adopting a public data strategy. Because to be successful, you have to ensure that you have the support of the people you are serving. We also decided that it was vital for us to change our motto, which will fit in with our vision. Formerly, Cape Town was known as the city that works for you, and everybody sat back and said, you're not working for us. So we said, no, we're going to change that, and we are now the city making progress possible together. And in that manner, we were able to co-opt the residents and businesses in our digital journey. What we also need to, and I think I'm going to be able to conclude on this, is that with our several innovations, we've won major international awards. One of the competitions, we actually beat Lego, which I'm very proud of, and our future planning and resilience. But one of the lovely programs is education. The Minister of Tallinn, Estonia, spoke about your kindergarten education program and going through schools. Now, we also have to ensure that our community who do not have access to Wi-Fi connectivity or Wi-Fi instruments or implements, or etc., are enabled to access that system. And we've used our libraries, and we call that the Smart Cities Library Campaign, where everybody can access a library, have free Wi-Fi access, information, and they are also trained in utilizing those features. And this has been extremely successful in one of our campaigns, because being such a diverse community, unemployment is a challenge, and we have used our digital journey and what we call Jobs Connect, where we use AI to connect the unemployed to available jobs. And this is a hugely successful project. Cape Town has the lowest unemployment in South Africa, and we can just see this going from strength to strength. And in our education program, our learnerships and internships, because you have to recruit knowledge. You have to, generate the next Elon Musk or Mark Shuttleworth, our ex-South Africans. So we have internships And this has proven to be hugely successful. And one of the programs that we've had is that with this transformation, digital transformation journey, we had an internship program for 13 positions. We received 986 applications, and one of the successful candidates is in fact an astrophysicist. So that is the type of knowledge we are happy to go forward in our digital journey. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Also funny that you mentioned the libraries and free Wi-Fi, because I mean, I don't remember because I didn't live here at that time of Estonian independence, but that's how the Estonian Tiger Leap sort of started in the late 1990s. So very, very cool to see those developments, and also lessons learned being shared around the world. Let's hand over to Nirit, but before we do, we have a small video for you.
Can you hear the sound of something new? From the soul of a city with a pulse that reverberates through time and space. A new kind of life is coming to the heart of Portugal, where we are building a dynamic, cultural, and creative home for innovators and their families. Baixinova, a new kind of urban center in downtown Coimbra, is taking steps to bring together the most qualified talents into one space, where the experience and growth of the best global corporate leaders take place. Where the past leads to the future. Baixinova represents a world-class ecosystem that elevates the best of Portuguese talent while employing the most sophisticated practices from global innovation epicenters. We walk with an entrepreneurial spirit to launch and expand ventures that grow and prosper, supported by local and international partners and channels, with investors who seek impact and financial returns across borders and industries. Coimbra offers an exceptional quality of life to individuals, couples, and families at a very affordable cost of living, where a young and vibrant community of founders and changemakers converge to co-create amongst local and international scientists, entrepreneurs, investors, artists, academics, and innovators. They will have the opportunity to showcase their individual and collective genius, raising the bar of exploration and invention to the next level. The future is now. Join us on this magical journey. Baixinova, at home with innovation.
So, welcome to Baixinova. Those of you who know a little bit of Portuguese might know that Baixa is downtown. Inova is innovation, comes from the word innovation, where we are transforming medieval villages into a place of innovation. So I think the important thing to really understand for what we're doing, my name is Nirit, by the way. I come from a background in early startup launch branding, but have just spent the last few years dealing more in fundraising and funding of young startups, also in the European Commission funding programs. So for me, this whole project is sort of an opportunity to bring everything together. I now serve as a senior advisor to the mayor in the international development area, because Coimbra is actually quite well known in Portugal for innovation, as IPN, the Instituto Pedro Núñez, is the #1 by far incubator in the country, but is now looking to look outward, top 10 in the world, in fact. So we're doing something a little bit different in terms of our approach. We're really not building an innovation hub, we're building a life. And I think that what makes it unique, and what I love about interacting with other cities, is, and I think we should do more of it. I mean, it was very interesting for me to hear about Cape Town, because one of our judges on our Coimbra Tech is actually from Standard Bank. And so I think we could be doing a lot more together. But we're built on 5 main pillars: work, life, leadership in the form of city government, which is very important in our case, I think in every case, community and investment, and we're focused on all of those. Interestingly enough, we're actually an all-women venture, which in our particular part of the world is pretty rare. We don't have a hell of a lot of women's entrepreneurship, but certainly not for the center of Portugal. The phase 1, which is our work phase, will be launching actually in less than 2 weeks at our Coimbra Tech Challenge. The Coimbra Tech Challenge is a founders competition where we are seeking global founders from all over the world to come and learn and be with us, and hopefully build some sort of a presence at Coimbra. If anyone is interested in coming, by the way, please come as my guest. We'll be having a really nice celebratory opening pitch night with dinner with the mayor. The idea here is to build pipelines from all over the world so that we can help each other. These people don't have to be abandoning what they're doing in their home countries, but can be picking up and putting research centers and other ways to go into the European market and beyond. For me, it's the first time that I'm doing something that's so inclusive, because building a life entails building homes, entails building schools. And I'm finding myself touching on real estate and all kinds of areas where the digital and the physical are beginning to converge and not be segmented. So I think we could do a good job of learning from one another. For us, the golden bullet, and I come from 3 different ecosystems. I'm really the product of the American and Israeli ecosystem, and coming to Coimbra trying to integrate strengths from various places by elevating what Portugal already does well. I think the magic bullet that I learned from the Israeli ecosystem that we're implementing quite well in Coimbra is this partnership between city government, education, and academia and commerce. We have one of the first universities in Europe, the University of Coimbra, 700 years old. Its ability to work in tandem with government, which is pretty rare. We bring the commerce piece more than anything. And so that for us is a magic bullet. And for me, it's been an interesting ride, because I had the opportunity to open the Economic Growth Summit, the first one in Mongolia, and I remember meeting these incredible people with grassroots. One of the things that I learned is if you don't have the top down, it's really impossible without the support of the city to build anything that's going to be long term. So for us, that's become very important. It does take a lot of time and patience. Because it's very much a purpose-driven project that takes years for us to build. It's not a quick fix, and it's not a quick turnaround for people who are looking for the quick buck. But for us, it's really been very important focus to create jobs. Because we have 8,500 students that are graduating every year, we want to make sure that they stay. And we're a main talent artery. I think that in some cities, the problem is bringing talent. In our city, it's retaining talent. I've been approached by companies like Airbus that now have a presence in a place like Coimbra. They have to hire 500 people. Their question is, what about retention? And so this is a very strong retention strategy for us. In terms of particular industries, just touch upon that and then I'll close, because I know that our time is limited. We are a city of 100,000 residents and 40,000 students with 4 major hospitals. So health tech plays very strong. We are the health capital of the country. That means it's a wonderful place to come and work in our labs, to develop things, to test things. It also means that on the side of smart city technology and IoT, we've built a city lab. So you can come to Coimbra and for very little money, test a smart city technology and then take it to scale in other places. Anything that's software-based, and that really tends to be the platform for us. And also the sustainability space. So in those areas, we've been quite strong. When you throw in the issue of golden visas and all of these other things, it becomes a very complex thing. But it is a city with a soul, and that's something that we can't bring from somewhere else. IPN, our incubator, is the exclusive partner of the European Space Agency in Portugal, so we also are playing in that space. You're all invited to visit us and to test your technologies with us, but please, let's be working together and learning from each other.
Awesome, thank you so much. I was just in Coimbra in January, and the weather was a lot warmer than in Tallinn, so I was very happy to be in Portugal for a few weeks. Again, I think the requirement for exchange of best practice between cities is very clear to see. Let's move over to Martin and Preet, who are both going to talk about their perspective on the Tallinn experience of what a digital or a smart or a clever city can be, specifically about the Taylor project, I believe. Tell us more. You can just talk.
Hello. In recent years, in different stages, people tend to say something like AI is the most effective technology mankind have ever developed, and it will change everything. And yes, everyone can use chatbots, etc. But integrating AI into your core processes is hard. I'm Martin Manuel, Chief Digital Officer of the City of Tallinn. I'm responsible for all different aspects of IT in an organization of 15,000 employees, all the technical parts, workstations, etc., and also all the public e-services, back office services behind it, big data, digital twin, BIM, etc., etc. So I have to keep the lights on. And today we are focusing on one particular use case. The general situation in digitalization in the City of Tallinn is quite good. According to United Nations, we are top of the world when it comes to local online services. All the services that city provides are available via electronic channels, and in most of the cases there are dedicated process management systems behind it. We are today concentrating on our legal acts information system called Tele, developed by our good partner Net Group. And I can say that it's the best legal act management system in the world. It's like a, yeah, all right. I can say that. And it's like a Google Docs when you form all the legal documents, but it's the simple part of it. The difficult part of it is that it has to cover all the processes that city has, all the committee meetings, all the city government meetings, all the city council meetings, all the processes, all the where everyone has to accept something or to change something. So it's complex. You can believe it's complex. And it's the best tool for this complex process. And it's fully digitalized. It took years to implement, but it's done and it's good and it's working. The project I'm going to talk about is we tried to implement, and we implemented an AI solution into it. And it wasn't that difficult, that complex process. It was a transcription of the city council meetings. So it's kind of straightforward. You just take the audio file and transcript it. But it's not that straightforward. You take the audio file, you first take the audio to text, then you give it to the next AI model, which also gets some other input like agenda of the meetings, of the city council meeting and the participants, etc. And as a result, we get transcription, which is quite good. Why it's difficult? First, we have to somehow understand how to technically implement these these AI models provided by international companies into our existing workflow system. We must be able to order it somehow, and our partner must be able to implement it. They must have this understanding of how these different technologies work and merge them together. We must have in-house competence to order it, to maintain it, and in AI models, there is a thing called data drift, which means that they don't work endlessly well. They need to be overviewed every now and then, and if the quality is not good anymore, you have to fix it somehow, like retrain the model. So it's difficult. How did you do it?
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure to talk from the side of NetGroup. And before I will tell how did you do that specific thing, I would go a little back in history and telling my story being a service provider and why Tallinn is a good partner, why they are good in terms of designing the tenders, because everybody knows public tender is a headache. Fierce competition, lots of rules, and then you have to apply everything and submit CVs, and then when you win it, then everything starts from zero because so much time has passed and the requirements are changed. But years back, Tallinn decided to do it differently. They announced not the technical tender, but the business tender. They described the business needs and left most of the technical questions and even the process approach to possible bidders. There was slight moment at the beginning, there was need for POC or submit the trial work, and that was our investment. That was 5-digit investment, 5-digit in euros. But it turned that Tallinn got so many good ideas from really good people around the IT companies. And once we got awarded, our ideas, also the other ideas, they were at the table of Tallinn, so they really started to develop the best solution, which is still the best because I don't feel that I'm sitting across the table. We are sitting at the same boat with Tallinn. We share the same challenges. And I don't know how really they made it that time because that was really innovative. Nowadays I've seen lots of other public tenders are designed like that. So I really would encourage everybody to trust more your great IT partners and give them, how to say, more juicy bones to eat. Not only technical and hourly price for a developer, but actually to come up with ideas how to solve a specific business need. And then this kind of cooperation has been leading us to the situation we have semi-annually strategy discussions, sort of steerings, where we look forward, what are the strategic goals of let's say, that specific department of Tallinn using our tool or this tool, and what can we do in terms of improve and match the strategy and match the goals. And as mentioned the transcription, we use at the moment 2 language models. One is doing the rough work, and another one, which is trainable in-house, is doing the fine-tuning. And we probably are aware that sometimes we really need to change the service provider behind the platform. But if we foresee it, you basically can switch them and test, and if the quality is enough, then you can continue. Very important is that to understand AI does not replace the final decision, but it gives much better information to decision maker. Either it's the manager of the meeting, or the one takes signs the minutes, or the one making decisions. And it's even good for participants, the lovely politicians. They can really read what they have been doing, what they've been saying. and it even improves their usage of language because everything is immediately seeable. So let's say that it's a kind of nice platform, learning, developing together. And I think we have been thinking how to open new opportunities using AI. We have been talking about how to train internally people using other tools of Tallinn. So I think that, yeah, AI is good, but I would say that the best thing with Tallinn has been that they are the pioneers of, they really did reform the cooperation. It's really kind of PPP, and it's a lot to learn from them, how to share the responsibility, how to be quick and lean in development, and how really to be in the same boat with the partners.
So the politicians have all the good data at their hands now. Now we just need good decision making everywhere. That's wonderful. Great. Just for the information of the audience, I have shared a lot of questions with our lovely panelists, and I will choose to ask none of them because we have actually just got some interesting themes that I think are relevant for all of you. If you wish, you can talk a bit more about the public-private partnership, especially from South Africa and also Portugal. But in general, maybe you can weave this into what you are hoping for in the future. So with Cape Town, it could be more AI development. But what are the next steps that you see in your particular city's context? Is it just sprinkle AI over everything? Is there more to it than that? I hope there is. I'm sure there is. So what exactly is, what do the next 5 years hold for you?
If I can go first.
Please.
We found that the city had a whole lot of transactional data and how to effectively use that. And this is where AI is invaluable for that decision making. So we have utilized it in the procurement sector, as just mentioned, because supply chain management, I don't think is anybody's favorite department in government. And so we have now been able to streamline that workflow by utilizing AI. We have also partnered with international governments and companies, which we're very grateful for, and the offers that come. For example, the public data strategy has been co-funded by the British government, a large donation. We've had Twin City, Digital City with Finland. Norway has assisted. So partnerships are vitally important, and that's why we're here today. And we have also lessons learned is that we must proceed with caution in order to retain the trust and accountability in the journey. So we have used AI to create chatbots to simplify processes in the HR especially. And because we have a large workforce that are out in the field, we've also been mobilized the activities by issuing mobile units where they can do all their transactions and interactions with the cities and not actually come to a physical building. So I think every day we see innovation and we learn from the best, and we've created special economic zones where we have lower costs to the investor in order to generate investment. And we have found with these special economic zones, we've attracted very, very lucrative contracts in assisting us in our AI and digital journey.
Awesome. Martin, please.
Well, I take again the role of the Chief Digital Officer. No one wants to hear about architecture, technical architecture especially. But behind Estonia's success in digital domain, there is actually technical architecture and good decisions made 25 years ago. And me as a Chief Digital Officer, I really feel that these new and very capable technologies like a digital twin or AI or you name it, IoT, we are not that good it integrating these into the existing process flows. I think we're getting better, but we are not there yet. So getting the architecture right should, for example, the component of transcription to be available to all of our information systems and created like one central universal component, or should it be integrated into the systems? That's the questions we actually have to answer, and then we move forward faster. Well, but other part where I can be more general, and the panelists must be more general. I think the changes in the environment are affecting us and forcing us to act. And the particular example I like is the education. What we have seen is that the education sector must reevaluate how to teach children, because giving them homework does not work anymore because everyone is doing perfect homework. So Estonia has a nice project. It's not City of Tallinn's project, but nationwide, called AI Leap, where we try to integrate AI in a learning process in a way that it helps kids to learn, not to
just find answers, like
not to teach them how to use AI, but AI should actually help them to learn. And for example, if we want the children to study math, and if we can integrate the tasks with their hobbies, perhaps they are more eager to learn. So I see huge potential in this area, so I hope it works out.
Priit, very quick remarks?
In terms of whether...
Or do you want to add something, or...?
I would ask little thing.
Sure.
Whether AI should be spread everywhere. Yes, indeed. There is no way, no other thing. Because I was reading some statistics. OECD is telling that about 1/3 of public servants in Europe are 55 plus. And upraising of the youngsters coming to the municipalities and public service, it's not enough. So there will be surplus, or the shortage of 8 million plus in Europe within next 5 years. How can we cover that gap? Only with automatization and AI. So there should be better sooner or later to start with using all kind of AI tools. And I think we're living in a very interesting area. Just give the opportunity for people, and they will discover by themselves how to use and how to be more efficient. Thanks.
The fun question was always, how do you convince any kind of government to do more digital transformation? And I think as we proceed through the 2020s and 30s, you just see that people are slowly dying out in the public sector. So like people will start to notice that, wait, why is the office so empty? And then you will realize that you need more automated services as well. Nirit.
Well, I know we don't have a whole lot of time. So for us, over the next 5 years, it's a cultural shift, I think, more than anything. Because a lot of what Teresa was saying about no one being left behind, we're a university city. So we have all these engineers, and then we have the rest of the population that may be afraid or not feeling like it's accessible or integrated with them. And so we are bringing a lot of ideas and founders not to work in silos, but to work in an integrated way, so everyone's bringing something new to the table to make this stuff accessible. You talk about education as a tool, which is very important. We are educating to entrepreneurship because we have a different kind of a problem. I think, and there's nothing wrong with working for a big company, but most of our young people, they want to go and get a job with a big company, and that's fine. But we want to teach them very early on that they can become entrepreneurs if they want to, and that we will enable them to go and do things. I have a niece who started her first business at 14, and she's starting her second one at 19 at Berkeley, right? So it's not for everybody, but we want to teach towards innovation and entrepreneurship so it's second nature and therefore integrate. And it's great. We have a great mayor who understands all this, but it's not enough that he has the vision. We want everyone to be on board.
Wow, that was beautiful timing as well. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, please join me in giving a hand of applause to our wonderful panelists. Thank you very much.
Coimbra Tech, October 20th.
Coimbra Tech, October 20th. All right, good. Do we have good weather?
Always.
Excellent, great. I'll see you there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, they shut off the microphone as well.
Hello, hello. While we are resetting the stage, I would like to give you a small reminder as well. We have something called Slido, where both people in the audience, joining online and so on, where they can put questions to us, to the audience. I am also following this on the tablet on stage. So if you have any questions, you can also raise your hand after the first introductory remarks, and then we will take it from there. I think we have the correct number of chairs behind me, which is great. And I think it is now time to head over to the next panel. We are talking about ensuring governmental resilience through innovation, where we have three wonderful subject matter experts with us today. We've got Ans Anupelt, who is the head of data exchange technologies at Cybernetica. We've got Jonathan Kelly, who is the assistant deputy minister and government chief digital transformation officer of the government of Quebec. And we've got Ambassador Professor Muhammadu Ka, who is the ambassador of Gambia to Switzerland and the permanent representative to the UNOG, World Trade Organization, and chair of the UN CSTD. Please welcome them all to the stage now. Thank you. Government resilience is such a tricky topic because it has many, many different prongs, many different ways to look at it and approach it, to find solutions. We can talk about education, we can talk about infrastructure, we can talk about what have you under the sun. But I believe that we all have very different and interesting perspectives to share. Ans, maybe we want to start with you.
So what is governmental resilience for me?
How do you approach it? Yes.
So for me, a resilient government would be a government that's able to anticipate, to adapt, and to react to any forms of crisis, and doing so in a way that I also as a citizen can trust that the government has basically also my private data in my best interest, because the government is the processor of my data as such.
Very good. That was a wow, and we're done. Great. Jonathan.
Great definition. I would add, well, we're talking about shocks. So anticipating, adapting, and recovering from shocks. And you can have two types, basically, like quick shocks, a short impact like COVID. And you can have more slow burning situations, what's happening with AI, for instance, or the geopolitical situation. So you can have more long-running shocks that you still need to adapt to and to recover from.
Very good. Mr. Ambassador.
Thank you very much. From my perspective, from the lens of global diplomacy, particularly reflecting on Africa and the global south, government resilience is the capacity to anticipate. It is also the capacity to respond as well as to evolve amid disruptions. Whether it is cyber disruptions, or whether it is climate shocks, or whether it is economic, or in the current times, the geopolitical environment, it's not just about survival. I must say, it's about transformation. In my opinion, also, in this context, resilience requires innovation and purpose. Using technology to strengthen transparency, accountability, and trust is very, very crucial while we measure systems where people are at the center, and also not institution all the time.
Let's talk about how exactly each of the three of you approach the topic of resilience in your own work. I mean, for example, Cybernetica is doing some important work in Ukraine. Maybe you want to tell us more about that kind of work.
So, so we've been extremely happy to have been, let's say, the technology partner in the development of Trembita. So our interoperability layer is basically what also runs a lot of it. Of course, we did it with also some partners. And there I think also if looking at also how resilient Trembita from a context has been in regards of the situation that it landed in, I think that also shows a lot on what and why is important from a governmental structure perspective, especially when looking at also similarly that Estonian X-Road is set up. Well, UXP is kind of an involvement of that. It's still a modular way of interoperability, where also the systems do not have really one central point of failure, right? So exactly because of the modularity, you can just kind of remove them from one place, put them also physically somewhere else, and the systems will continue and they will recover. Maybe some individual systems are not accessible at a certain point, be that they are under attack, maybe even have been breached, but that doesn't mean that the rest of the network as such would fail. And I think, let's say for us, it's been also a very exciting opportunity to see how fast all of this evolution has also happened. Because I think if we look, I mean, from my point of view, from a technical standpoint, in order for evolution to happen, you need pressure, right? Because if there's no pressure, you're kind of in a very relaxing point. And obviously, let's say the Ukrainians had, or still have, a very unpleasant pressure point. And because of that, also the evolvement is just so fast. We can, of course, I mean, we can have a long discussion around potential attack vectors or something like that. But I at least also say one of the ideas just that maybe I have is that the fact that it is a closed source, it's not an open source solution. So therefore also it's just another attack vector that has been removed. Because if you look also throughout the past years, there are examples of the fact where some unfriendly policies have entered open source software, right? And I think that's just another attack vector that has been removed that also again adds to the resilience as such.
It seems to me like both on the technological and societal level, we're talking about compartmentalization. Like the very first generation of early battleships in the sort of 17th century, they had one hull, and if you breach it, there's one hole, the thing just sinks. And now you've got so and so many different compartments where even if there is a straight hit, it doesn't sink because it just fills a small bit of water in one small bit of the ship. Now, of course, Jonathan, you've mentioned previously already that digital transformation is about a deep organizational and cultural change as well. What do you mean by that, and how does that get worked through in the state of Quebec, which, by the way, has the best flag inside of Canada, we have to say?
Well, thank you. So you can't really talk about resilience without talking about dependency. And talking about culture, before talking about technology, it's behaviors. So we need to evolve in terms of behaviors, especially in the digital space. And one aspect that we are working on is, especially in the current geopolitical context, is dependency on large vendors. We're in North America, so of course we're close to them, both geographically and historically. And while we're still working with large vendors, moving to a more European model of open source, working with European partners in that regard, and making some bold moves and decisions, notably in terms of software development, where we're currently very fragmented, very oriented with large corporation software and trying to break the large project mindset and have the humility to learn from others, learn from countries like Estonia, like what Ukraine is doing and other partners, and be able to get to that more open future, which should be more resilient, because if you're less dependent, so if a vendor goes under, for instance, then you're still able to operate and still able to evolve your solution and not stuck with, for instance, old legacy software, which can bring problems if there's a future crisis, like we've seen in COVID, we've seen it in the wildfire situation also in Canada, where governments had to roll out solutions very quickly. And if it becomes easy, you have standardized solution, then you can move forward and bring value to citizens much quicker.
It's funny that you went over to the sort of dependency standpoint. So I'm originally from Germany, and the northernmost federal state of Germany, just I believe last or the year before, took the decision to just throw overboard all of Microsoft Office at once. And all of a sudden, all of the people in the workforce in the public sector were like, well, you know, I'm used to using Word and Excel and PowerPoint and whatnot. What the hell am I supposed to do now? I've been doing this for the last 20 years, right? So this is, of course, on a strategic national scale, there's a very clear impetus to become more independent. But at the same time, it's a very big challenge socially in your organization to sort of make clear, like, sorry, it's been really comfortable, but now this is going to hurt for the next year. Is that just how we have to do it? Like, you just have to have that sort of clean cut and you know, make that transition, or is there a way to soften the blow?
You have to soften the blow, because otherwise you're going to run into resistance both internally and externally. So some employees have built careers on their mastery of proprietary software. We have to acknowledge that and respect that. And I don't believe boiling the ocean is realistic, especially in the current fiscal situation. So we have to be opportunistic, going at it project by project, but also give I'd say courageous orientation, say, well, from now on, we will stop doing these large projects, depending on vendors, we'll start using open source software. And very interesting what some countries are doing right now, mandating that all new developments must use open source software. But you have to do that without impacting operations, because then if you start hurting services to citizens, for instance, you're going to run into trouble as well. So we have to be very smart and strategic about that and go at it step by step, basically.
It's funny that you should mention the boiling of the ocean. I thought with global warming we're doing a great job, but okay, fair enough. Mr. Ambassador, we've now talked about the sort of dependency with regular technology, if you wish. You have warned personally of a new sort of digital colonialism where AI systems are trained on non-representative data, particular subsets of humanity that are more or less biased towards. You know, we're talking about knowledge, we're talking about languages and cultural assets and so on. How do you approach this topic?
I would say that context is very important, as well as adaptability. We all know that data is, some people say it's the new oil, I say no. Data is the new soil in which artificial intelligence grows. Without data, there is no valuable AI. I think that's very important. If we do not cultivate our own data, which is from the lenses of Africa and the global south, is very, very important. We have to cultivate our own data ecosystem that are culturally and intellectually farmed by others, rather than the other way around. Some of the important policies from the lenses of Africa and the least developing countries is that we have to mandate the creation of data commons. Data commons for public good, by making sure that digitization and ethical curation of our local languages and historical archives are central and key, as well as the importance of agricultural data and indigenous knowledge systems. I will also say that localization is also very important. We must prioritize the collection, the curation, as well as the governance of local data in native languages and contexts. And I think this country is doing a lot of work in making sure that its local language is embedded in its learning models. There's also a need from my lenses for global action. Global action is required. The United Nations, from where I sit, as well as cross-section of multilateral agencies, they must ensure that there is equitable representation. We must have a voice around the table. If not, these learning models will not be truly representative and will influence biases and mischaracterization of outcomes and outputs, and learning models that do not fit for the purposes of developing countries. I will also say that it is important for us to adapt what I call data sovereignty frameworks. This is important from the perspective of making sure that there are regional standards that, for example, the African Union have data policy frameworks that are continental-wide, that are being adopted to ensure that there are safeguards, there are ownerships, and there is responsibility embedded in them.
How can we sort of protect, how can global south countries, governments, protect their own people from some kind of international global company just, you know, using the local population for classification of data and then just packing up shop and going again? Is there anything that we can do in a regulatory way or anything?
Well, certainly, of course, smart regulation, not at the expense of stifling creation as well as innovation. It is important to have responsive, contextual policy as well as smart regulations in the country. So data governance is very important, making sure that our governments build data infrastructure, not just to follow the AI that has been pushed from the north to the south. We have to build the capacities, we have to build the competencies, we have to build the infrastructure on data that have the necessary guardrails and safeguard mechanisms that are in place so that when partnering and collaboration or engagements are being made, it is made from the lenses of co-creation, co-ownership, as opposed to extraction and just use for use sake without us being the owner. Where we want to see ourselves in this dynamics is our ability to produce and not only consume. And for that, it requires changing the mindset in terms of the policies that are in place and the rules of engagement with our partners across the world.
We're getting very clear and concise answers here, which is why we're doing wonderfully with time management. So I encourage you to ask questions on Slido as well. In the meantime, I still have questions that sort of pertain first to Ans from the private sector side and then to the government side for the other two. When we look at the work that Cybernetica has done, I mean, you've been in Japan and Benin and Ukraine, all around the world, quite literally. Are there some shared foundations that you can sort of apply to all countries? I'm not asking for a one-size-fits-all everything framework. That doesn't exist. We know that. That's fine. But what would you say are the sort of common denominators that you can actually apply? And then vice versa for your two countries that you represent, or regions, provinces. What are the main allies that you see in your field of work? Is there a certain collaboration partner across the border somewhere from whom you have been able to learn or whom you've been able to help along their journey as they're following up in the area of digital transformation? Would be very interesting to hear that, but Ans, go first.
So I don't think that there is kind of a one-size-fits-all solution. I think we especially also as an Estonian company, we are very interested also, let's say, in exporting the Estonian model, right? But it always has to have also local cultural adoption. So the fact is certain that there is no other country where we will have an identical tax declaration system as we have in Estonia, because this is ours that we have built for the past 25 years. I think if you ask currently on what we see, I think we see very clearly that from 10 years ago to today, there has been a huge evolution. Doesn't matter on the country or on the region where we go to, right? So if we look, for example, where we started in Benin in 2017 and where they have come now, or if I just look to the fact that I was now just 2 weeks ago on the Ivory Coast to kick off the interoperability project there, I mean, it's fantastic to see how far a country has come, right, in regards on saying digitalization is a priority for us, right? But obviously the singular fact there mainly is that a lot of the ministries and a lot of the organizations have built their own digitized solutions, which work and think in silos. And this is exactly, I think, also where we, with the interoperability kind of layer, can come in and help. So it's not the fact that I first have to go to the Interior Ministry's application to get the certificate, which I then upload to another ministry to the fact, right? But really to interconnect this, and this is then where also citizens can really kind of start grasping the benefit of a, let's say, digital working government. I understand that a lot, many kind of take Estonia as, well, we are, today we can say we are at 100% from a perspective of digital government services. But I mean, you have to understand also, we've been on this journey for 26 years, right? So it shouldn't be kind of a thinking that, you know, I take now some money and 6 months and I will be there. No, because there's a lot of policy change also that needs to happen. And it's ultimately also a lot of mindset change that needs to happen, because ultimately we are not also, if we go, we are not the experts in regards of building your digital services, right? So we can kind of, it's, I think in Estonia, as we're also quite simple people, we have this saying, you know, that we can bring you the fishing rod and we can teach you to fish, but you still have to kind of pull it out yourself. And this is, I think, also a little bit the model that we work on, is that we bring the interoperability layer, we show you how services can be built, but ultimately the local citizens are the experts in regards on what are the services that need to be built. And of course, we can help to prioritize, right? So I'm always a big fan kind of on having high impact changes, right? So that people can see something changed, right? So somebody, I don't know, something that used to take me 30 days, right? Maybe sell a car, I had to kind of sign 5 papers, send them to 10 different places, and now it just takes me 3 minutes, right? So there's obviously a huge change. And this is also something that ultimately will get a lot of local political buy-in to kind of support and continue on the activities, right?
Yeah, the sort of life cycle of a politician is really, really tricky, because you have to effectively work around those 4-year instances, or 5 years in some countries.
And you can only hope that you start in the beginning,
yeah.
of the cycle, right?
Yeah,
not at the end.
Never happens, never, like literally. I remember when I was working in the Estonian government and sort of explaining the Estonia story, and you would have countries, representatives, prime ministers, and so on, from smaller countries, bigger countries, more federal countries, less federal countries, and they're like, well, we can't possibly learn anything from Estonia because it is smaller, bigger, more federal, whatever. And that was sort of scary because, well, you can actually point quite easily at the data and say, for every type of country, there is one country at least that has done a pretty good job, you know? So like you being smaller than Estonia and just having like a Caribbean island of 100,000 people, that's not an excuse not to be good at this. If you're very big and very federal, that's not a good excuse to not be good at this, right? So usually you can find somebody who is a trailblazer like you and who has walked this path at least a couple of years ahead of you. So what is it for Quebec?
I think it dovetails with citizen expectations, because not too long ago, when you talk about government digital transformation, it meant you could send an email to your government and get an answer back. Wow. And then still send faxes, and then eventually a website. And then we started having transactional websites, and it was great, and you could stop going in line to a service center somewhere or send mail. But then COVID happened. And we started seeing the acceleration of digital transformation in the private sector. And for a citizen now that's used to doing a FaceTime call half across the world, starting a TV show on the phone, then on the tablet, then on the TV, having to still transact with the government using faxes or having to wait in line, there's a clash there for sure. So the expectation level has changed. And when we see countries like Estonia, that, and I think Minister Pakosta stated it earlier, that now it's 100% digital services. So it's this ideal that shows it's possible for an administration to do that. So it's always an inspiration, but it always depends on where you're starting, what's your legacy in terms of systems and jurisdiction and so on. But it shows a path forward at the very least, and that's what's very inspiring for us.
It's funny that you should mention you've repeatedly mentioned COVID now as the sort of big catalyst, and of course COVID was a big situation in Estonia just like anywhere else, but from a digital government development perspective, the only two things that I connect to that development was, oh yeah, that's when they put buying and selling a house online, and then the whole marriage divorce thing was sort of kicked off during that time. Everything else was already there. So like for us, it was somewhat easier to handle than for some other countries. So talking about resilience as well.
Yeah, and maybe I'm a bit traumatized, but I was in the front lines when we had to roll out the health card in Canada very quickly, and without, I think, the right foundations to do it in a more efficient manner. So we had to really roll it, and it was a success, and Quebec was able to share what it developed with other jurisdictions. But that's where it taught us a lesson saying, hey, for the next crisis, if we could have like a modern, efficient development platform that makes it easy to roll out solutions, easy to share them, then we'll be a lot more resilient for the next crisis. So that's one of the lessons learned, and that's what we're working on right now to ensure that we don't have to start from scratch when the next crisis comes in. That's resiliency. Yeah.
Mr. Ambassador.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think from the lenses of Africa and the Global South, there is an underlying reality, which is the challenges of the digital divide, as well as the big issue of connectivity. You cannot really harness the value that is expected without closing meaningfully the digital divide and making sure that connectivity is universal, continuous, secure, and ubiquitous, which is a big issue that hinges on the coherence of the policy and the commitment of government policy and investment around building truly data and digital infrastructure in the country, making sure that we can leapfrog from the legacy systems that exist elsewhere. We don't have a legacy that we have to unpeel. So the resilience, some of the risks that resilience may pose when you have legacy systems, we can bypass that by ensuring that we have sustainable, responsive, agile data and digital infrastructure where connectivity, as well as not only connectivity, because connectivity exists, but is it adequate enough to be able to use the tools and services that are needed to run government, to deliver services, whether it is health, whether it is agriculture, whether it is social services. The other important element for us is also the lack of adequate competencies and capacity. So training is very important. Establish not only educational programs at the university level, but from pre-primary throughout the educational continuum to ensure that mindset are shaped, capabilities and capacities are embedded in a way that our young people will be able to produce. The good news is there's a lot of talent that exists in the continent of Africa and in the global south, and increasingly are embracing and adopting these technologies. And it's a huge opportunity for partnering between South-South within the pockets that are maturing within the continent, as well as North-South relationship. And I agree with the point that you've made. It's not, you can't cut and paste. Things have to be adapted, things have to be appropriated, but where we want to be is to move away from the narrative of before, where things are given to us in silos and we just use. We want to be able to co-create, we want to be able to co-design, we want to be able to co-own the infrastructure and the technology, as well as in the creation of knowledge. There is enormous content creativity across Africa, for example, which can work its way into other parts of the world on a win-win scenario and situation. So from our lenses, it is important that partnering are meaningful, are adaptable, and are responsive, and are contextualized to enable us not only to build resilience, but to build capabilities around them. I will say that we have to also look at how we invest in digitalization. To digitalize truly and meaningfully is not cheap. And we know the realities of most of the countries in the global south. So there are other externalities that need to be resolved so that the commitments of our governments and the partnering move away from just aid and receiving to more of a partnering and co-investing. It's not just about giving us the technology or transferring the technology, but be able to share and harness the enormous creativity that exists amongst the youth across Africa, and to harness the emerging startup environments and partnering them with startups in Estonia and in Europe. And lastly, the point of interoperability, I think, is very, very important as we begin to think about, from our lenses, issues around data and digital sovereignty, as well as governance of data and governance of AI. Without these being taken seriously, it will be very important for truly digital transformation to take root in a meaningful way. We cannot copy. We have to ensure that these are homegrown, utilizing the talent that exists through meaningful partnering and collaborations across the world, particularly in Europe.
Your previous point, I mean, the very last point is very well made and taken as well. Your previous point about connectivity sort of resonated with me, because it's not just about the connectivity that exists, but also whether it's affordable. Then when it does, even if it is 100% ubiquitous everywhere, can I actually afford it? I just got back from a consultancy in Guatemala where 60 gigabytes of internet mobile are $60. Well, if you have these kinds of prices in a country that does not have the highest GDP per capita in the world, it starts to get tricky for people. So the question is also what are the KPIs by which we measure digital transformation success, right? Going back to your last point on co-creation, co-ownership, we have a wonderful question from the audience, and thank you to those that are using Slido. I can see several questions here, actually. And this question is to all three of you, but I will start from this side this time. How do you know that a government system or a service is resilient? So, like, are there any standards, guidelines, international recommendations, and so on? How would you do it?
How would you know?
So how would you know whether a government system or service is resilient? Is there a checkbox? Or?
Well, it's not one answer. I would say that from the government point of view, the regulatory agencies are very important, because each of our governments have a public regulatory agency that regulates and monitors the digital infrastructure and utilization. I think effective monitoring and evaluating can send us signals towards whether we are measuring accurately and whether there are vulnerabilities. We see that in the cybersecurity environment, where most of our countries are building national cyber infrastructure to be able to monitor vulnerabilities. And there are regional collaboration activities that share talent and that share intelligence and resources with the national SAT systems as well as the regional SAT systems. With that, one country will be able to be on top of vulnerabilities and respond to that. The other point is policies that are in place, not on paper, but policies that are designed effectively to be responsive and to be able to monitor, to evaluate, and to do appropriate diagnostics. The last important element is the talent base in the country, not only at the technical level, but at the policy level in government, and how integrated the infrastructure is. If the infrastructure are in silos and there's no coherence in terms of how adoption is made, that exposes risks and vulnerabilities. And when you have weak infrastructure that is utilizing equipment or infrastructure that are more prone to risk, it also exposes and creates vulnerabilities within the country.
Yeah, in the previous panel we also talked about government procurements, which can be a very good sort of trigger to do this. Jonathan?
Well, when you talk about resilience, you talk about two things. So is the government resilient, meaning that during a crisis or a shock, can you still offer services and do so transparently? The second one is a bit trickier, because if you can maintain democracy in a crisis, still offer services, then you're at the right place. And if you look at technology, you've got like the technical side that's pretty standard and well documented, so availability, integrity, and you also have integrity. But what's interesting is with the cloud vendors, who owns these metrics now? So if you outsource everything to big multinationals, you don't own these metrics anymore. You can't touch the server, it's somewhere else. You might not even know where it is. And what we've seen is, and they sell that as a selling point where, don't worry, we're going to take care of that, you can handle your operations. And then stuff like what happened with The Hague comes up, where it's not just the Cloud Act where a foreign government can go snoop through your data, they can cut access. So, and the paradox is that through COVID, again, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but we've accelerated our move to public cloud because it was convenient at the time, it was the right decision. But now we're faced with a situation where they can hike up prices, they can cut access, because if the geopolitical system or context becomes more problematic. So we're faced with these tough choices, and I'd say that the other aspect for resiliency is how quickly can you pivot. So another crisis happens, a problem happens, are your system able to adapt quickly? So if you're tied up with foreign vendors, for instance, you can't touch anything, change anything, then you are not resilient, really. And the, say, devil's bargain that's in front of us right now is moving back the clock, if you will, or moving to a more self-sufficient model. While you're doing that, you're not necessarily improving citizen services. So it's a very tough dilemma right now we're faced with.
I mean, if governments would take a very hard look at themselves right now and say, how independent are we truly today? I think it's not a very pretty picture for most of them, especially if you look at the most technologically advanced, because you have international trade, you have international specialization, so like it makes sense to purchase the best stuff from all the best countries, but yeah, that's the situation that you end up with. Hans.
I just maybe wanted to quickly reflect on this. How independent are you really? I think it's more about also how well do you trust the partner that you have chosen, right? And this is then also maybe the decision that you can or should potentially also revisit if you're, let's say, struggling with wherever you are due to, let's say, follow-ups of previous decisions as such. Because I think especially also as a small country, right, like Estonia is, we can never think from a perspective that we do not have any, let's say, private companies helping the government, because this is ultimately also how the Estonian e-Estonia journey was born, was exactly through public-private partnerships, because the government also said very clearly that we cannot do this alone and we need to, let's say, involve the private companies in it. So therefore, let's say, saying that private companies are bad, I wouldn't be maybe 100% with that idea. But again, coming to the idea of...
saying that.
Okay, sorry, that maybe sounded a little bit like the perspective that unless I have all the developers, all the code, everything with me, then I cannot control it. I think it's more about, like I said, about the partnerships that you build and about the trust that there is. But again, saying from a resilience perspective, of course, there are a lot of technical metrics, I think, towards systems that you can also measure, but I much more like to use it maybe also to simplify it to myself as a citizen, right? So can I get the things done that I want to get done when I want to get them done, right? And that means that the service is resilient. And I mean, if I look now even a step further, I always kind of imagine of a perspective that when looking at the future of, let's say, interoperability, or let's say of the future of government services, I think the best governments, from my perspective, would be the ones I don't even need to interact with, right? That maybe, okay, once a year, I need to go put the signature on my tax declaration, but everything else comes to me because I am allowed, I'm entitled, whatever, and it's not the other way around, that I need to go request now, for example, for a new driver's license, right, because it expires. No. The government, they know your driver's license expires, and you just get an information here, we're about to give you out the new driver's license. Do you still want it, right? And if, then you will get it, right? So, and not that I have to kind of go request, but that it's really kind of proactive government services, and this is what I am especially excited on if I look now more from a future perspective in regards on where we are also going with the systems and with the developments and the opportunities.
It's time for closing remarks. 3 sentences each. Yes.
Actually, I was just going to add to the point about trust. Sure. I think the trust goes beyond just private sector partnering. I think citizens' trust is very, very important increasingly in the era of digital governance. I think trust is critical for accountability, for transparency, to ensure that the ethics of the systems are in place to protect human rights and dignity of the larger population. Without it, vulnerability doesn't mean anything. If the citizenships are vulnerable for lack of inclusiveness and their trust of the systems that are intended for them, then vulnerability has a challenge.
We've got an angry blinking light at us. Last couple of thoughts.
Well, community favors resilience, I think. So as human beings, we're used to working in communities. So I think, especially in the digital realm, like events like this are extremely important. And building these networks, when something bad happens, if you've got friends, it gets a lot easier.
Ant.
Yeah, I think like also the topic was here, let's say, innovation to resilience. I think it's kind of, it works 2 ways, exactly, right? So that when you're under pressure, you get kind of pressed to innovation, which then kind of, again, adds resilience. And I think, therefore, it's quite an exciting time as a technologist to be around to see, let's say, how, where, and what is evolving, and quite excited in regards to what comes forward after that.
Awesome. Gentlemen, thank you. Please join me in thanking them and put your hands together. Thank you so much. Now, while we are slightly reorganizing everything, I would like to thank everybody who has been with us so far and who has also asked questions on Slido. We don't always have time to ask all of them, but we make sure that your voice is heard. We are heading on to our final session of the day, which is done by Aimo Kova. He is the Director of International Operations and Business Development at Datel, and he will give us a showcase on what exactly they do in the area of satellite reconnaissance. Please welcome Aimo to the stage. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. As already mentioned, I'm Aimo Kova. I come from a company called Datel. A little bit about our history. We're almost 35 years old now, and we specialize in geoinformation systems. Now, today, I'm going to talk a little bit about geoinformation systems themselves. Okay, I have a technical issue. And then I'm going to explain what we are doing with the satellite data that we are gathering. So, we come from a background of land management systems, we were the ones who developed the Estonian mapping system, also the e-cadastre system, the previous version of Estonian tax administration tools, and also the building registry. Now we are in a state where Estonian building registry has a digital twin, which uses the data from the building registry itself. And also, as you can see, you can insert your BIM models into the application as well. And in the future, it's going to be in a way that you can basically walk into your BIM model virtually and see what you have planned in the city and see the cityscape right in front of you. Now, this is our background. Now I want to talk a little bit what we are doing internationally. This is an example from Central African Republic. It's an interesting country to be in, but this project came from Ivory Coast, and from Ivory Coast private sector, actually. They wanted to gift this application to Central African Republic. And what we did, we gathered all what I was talking before, added satellite imagery as well, and we started their e-cadastre from scratch. Because right now they don't even have any digital data, they only have paper-based data. And also they don't even know where all the buildings are. So what we did here, we took our core system from Estonia, we added a different system or a layer of different system called the tax administration area. And now this application can do taxation as well. It's a really simple thing, and it calculates the tax based on square meters, basically only. Now, with satellite imagery, they didn't have a good base map. So we ordered a good resolution satellite imagery from Paides Neo, Airbus, and we built them a base map as well. Now, after that, it turned out that they don't know where their buildings are. So we used Microsoft AI, our own AI tools, to detect all the buildings from them as well. So now they can just go in and start building their e-cadastre system and building registry in one and the same system, and also do their taxation from there. It's a pilot project, there is a lot of interest in it, and it's a good tool to start from somewhere and also to avoid corruption. It has an addressing system as well, because they didn't have that. Now I promised that I will talk you about what we are doing with satellite data. The picture you see here is Algete, Spain. They have an interesting real estate tax issue. Mainly, the real estate tax is quite high. It is over 50% of the local government's revenue. So people sometimes forget to declare all the buildings they have. Now, we compare the satellite imagery against their building registry and their tax registry. So with that, we are detecting the pools, the misregistered buildings, and we can let the local government know where they are. I know we might not be the most popular company because of that, but it's a really good tool for the local municipality to get things in order. Well, I have the same examples from Estonia as well. There are 2 municipalities already using, but they are not using it because of the taxation reasons. They are using it because of safety. And we are monitoring all the restricted areas there. More about satellites. There are other satellites in orbit that can do a lot of things. This is an example from Poland. And what we are doing here is we are using INSAR satellites. These are basically radar satellites. And we detect deformation monitoring from satellite in millimetric scale. So the example you see here is actually quite famous one. The color code is red is subsidization or things moving down, green is stable. So the red area is the railway station. But it was built on a closed mine, underground mine. So you can see from the graph here that the area was quite stable, and afterwards you can see that it collapsed in 3 stages. And this could have been avoided when you would pump in water and make the ground a little bit more firm. The good thing about the satellite data is that the satellites have been orbiting for quite some time already. In this case, the satellites have been orbiting since 2016, and they've been continuously recording. So you can build trend lines, and you can build the triggers to let people know ahead of time when something is going to happen. This tool is also used by local municipalities, but also insurance companies who are interested of the well-being of their portfolio. This application can be used to monitor hydroelectric dams, mining areas, and so on. Now, I will come back to this application for a little more time. Here I was talking about buildings, but it is not only buildings. You also have digital registries about forestry and mining, for example. With this application, or with these tools, you can also detect illegal forestation, or illegal forestry, sorry, and illegal mining, which are very huge issues around the world. So, like always, I am very quick with everything I talk about, so I would like to take questions now, if there are any. Okay. Oh, we are missing Florian. Sorry, Florian, I was in a hurry, as it seems.
Estonians love talking, that's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Great. Do we have any questions for Aimo?
No, nothing. It was so clear.
You just said everything that was there to be said. Yeah. Aimo, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Aimo Kõva. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, well, well. So we have reached the end of day 1 of Tallinn Digital Summit 2025. I hope that you had a good time here at the innovation stage or at the other stages as well, of course. The day is not over just yet. First of all, available in the lobby, served by Põhjala Brewery, and also at the Nortal corner, you will have the Summit Brew, where you can enjoy a good beverage with friends and new acquaintances alike. And later, if you would like to party further into the night, there is an official meeting point for guests for after hours, and that is the Põhjala Tap Room, which is in the Noblessner area of Tallinn. It's a wonderful place. If you haven't been, sort of the new architectural center of the city. So thank you very much for being here. And apart from that, I'm looking forward to having you guys back tomorrow bright and early, bushy-eyed and tailed. Thank you so much, and see you again tomorrow.